You're live.
Great. Good morning, everyone. This is Beth Sauerheft, Chair of the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Community Committee. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today, members of the committee, as well as members of the public. Okay, there we go. Can we go to the next page? All right, so first of all, members of the committee, thank you all so much for your continued contributions to our work. I know it's been a productive time since we met in Colorado in July. And thanks again to James and his team and EPA folks for a wonderful meeting there. But so thank you all for continuing your work, getting on today. Some of you, I know it's quite early in the morning, and for doing this remotely, which we've done in the past, but past iterations of the committee, but of course it's never ideal, but it's going to work well for today. If we can go to the next slide, I just want to reiterate the plan for the day. You'll see here for our agenda that we've got a set of opening and welcome remarks. I'll do the roll call, then we're going to go to ad hoc work group updates, and then the overview of the work group reports and recommendations. Then we'll take a break for lunch or whatever you may want to do on your time zone. Then we'll have a period for public comments, and then we'll move into the part of adopting reports and recommendations and voting on that. Then we will have some FRRCC updates and next steps, and then we will wrap up and adjourn. And at each of those, someone else has their is not muted because I was echoing. When we get to each of the work group updates and the overview of the work group reports and the adoption of recommendations, I'll kick off each of those with a few guiding comments, just to put some guardrails on our approach for each of those as a reminder. Anyway, I'm excited for our meeting today. You know, the work groups have been meeting since that July meeting. They've been developing reports and recommendations. And I know there are other details that will be provided in the updates that will fill in what's been going on in the interim. So thank you all in advance for a good meeting today. Ramon?
Thank you. Don't have much, just good morning, and thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the work that you put in since we met this summer in Colorado. I know that some folks may not feel that they've made a lot of progress, but I think once we see what everybody's done and start voting on some of the recommendations today, we'll see actually how far we've come as a group. So thank you all. Looking forward to the work today. And yeah, back to you, Beth.
Rod, I'll pass it to you.
Thanks, Beth. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'll also be quick. Just wanted to welcome everyone this morning on behalf of Administrator Regan. I had the chance to meet with him one-on-one just yesterday afternoon to give him a little bit of a progress report, status update on the work of the committee. And he is very much looking forward to the recommendations that are likely forthcoming after today's meeting, as well as additional progress on some of these issues as we go forward. As you all know, the broader climate agenda within the Biden administration has certainly been ramping up with the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act. Last week was Climate Week in New York City, and Administrator Regan was there. He will be at the UN Climate Summit later this year in the UAE. So a lot of activity that is highly relevant and adjacent to the work that this committee has going on. So I think the recommendations that you all are currently working on are coming at a great time for all the activity that's happening within the agency. So just greetings from the administrator and look forward to participating on today's meeting.
Venus? Thanks, Rod.
Good morning, everyone. Venus Welch-White. So
Thank you all, Beth. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you. Hang on just a second.
You were intentionally muted, right?
I was.
Okay, yeah.
So again, thank you all for taking time. Again, as mentioned, my name is Venus Welch White. I serve as a DFO for the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Federal Advisory Committee. I'm really happy that you all again took time to come. So thank you for to the members as well as members of the public for your participation. I'm trying to get to my thing. I'm sorry, I'm having a few little technical difficulties here. So just to make you all aware, hang on just a second. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Perfect. So, so today we're holding a virtual meeting of the FRRCC, the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Federal Advisory Committee. I'd like to remind everyone that the meeting is open to the public. And while all the sessions are open to the public, only members of the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Committee will be allowed to speak, ask questions, or make comments. This will include conversing as well as collaborating and otherwise working throughout the meeting. The details of the mission of this committee, the charge topic, the committee members can be viewed on the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Committee webpage, which is located at www.gov.faca.frrcc. We plan to conclude our meeting today no later than 4 o'clock Eastern time. However, if we complete all the items that are on the agenda, we will actually conclude and adjourn early. We did hold time on the agenda for public commenters. However, we received no request for public comments, so we will bypass that part of the agenda. Members that are interested in providing any feedback to the committee regarding the meeting can submit written comments via email to frrcc@epa.gov. And again, that's email address is frrcc@epa.gov. And you'll be able to do that until I think October 2nd, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. To be consistent with our FACA rules, summary of the meeting will be available on our website within 90 days. If anybody has, if there's members of the press, you can reach out to press@epa.gov and they'll be happy to assist and support. At this time, I will hand it back over to the chair. And thank you again, and we look forward to a productive and successful meeting.
Thanks, Venus. All right, so we're going to move into the roll call. I'm just going to, excuse me, call through everyone's name, and clearly if you're here, say present. And if we have silence, we're going to assume you're not present. And Venus will be keeping track of the responses. Barry Berg.
Good morning, present.
And I should just say, when I call your name, I'm going to actually, if you can just say the state you're in and the organization you're with, that's all. Keep it really brief. So Barry, you're in what state and what organization?
Barry Berg, I'm watershed manager for East Dakota Water Development District in South Dakota, representing local government.
Thank you. And going forward, we don't need to have your position, just the organization and your state. Brad Bray.
Brad Bray from Missouri, Missouri Farm Bureau and Bray Farms LLC.
Thank you. Don Brown.
Here, Colorado, farmer and rancher.
Emily Broadleib.
Hello, I'm here. I'm in Massachusetts and I'm with Harvard Law School.
Phil Chavez.
Here, Colorado, farmer, producer.
John Collison. John Collison. Bill Cowser.
Bill Kauser, Nevada, Iowa, Kauser Cattle Company.
Eddie Crandell,
Eddie Crandell, present, Lake County, California. Yeah, there we go.
Michael Crowder,
Good morning, Beth. Washington State, and I represent the National Association of Conservation Districts.
Matt Freund,
Connecticut, dairy producer.
Sharon Fersch, Sharon Fersch, Jeff Gore,
Present, Mississippi State University.
David Graybill,
Present, Pennsylvania Farmer and Pennsylvania Farm Bureau.
Jennifer James, Jennifer James, Sarah Lucas, Sarah Lucas, Nick McCarthy,
Nebraska Central Valley Ag Cooperative.
Tom McDonald,
Beth, I'm present. I'm in Texas representing National Cattlemen's Beef Association and Five Rivers Cattle Feeding.
Jeannie Merrill,
Present, California, representing the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition.
Chris Pettit,
Good morning, Washington State Department of Health.
Clay Pope,
Present, Oklahoma, Pope Hilltop Farms, National Association of Wheat Growers.
Bill Proct,
Present, farmer rancher, CEO, East Kansas Agri Energy.
James Pritchett,
Good morning, Colorado State University.
Nithya Rajan,
Present, Texas and Texas A&M University.
Graciela Ramirez Toro,
Good morning, Inter-American University of Puerto Rico.
Lindsay Reams, Lindsay Reams, Charles Santerre,
Present, South Carolina, Clemson University.
Beth Sauer, halftime present, Ramon Shangay,
Present, Tuskegee, Tuskegee University, Alabama.
Jennifer Simmelink,
Present, Kansas, farmer and rancher and representing the Kansas Soil Health Alliance.
Chantel Simpson,
Present, North Carolina A&T State University.
Ryan Smith, Ryan Smith, Stacy Wayne Smith, Stacy Wayne Smith, Jeff Whitty,
Present, New Mexico State Department of Agriculture.
Amy Wolf,
Good morning, Ag Safe, Modesto, California.
great. And I guess I'm with American Farmland Trust and I'm based in New York since I didn't do the same thing that I asked everyone else to do. Venus, do we have a quorum?
Here we have our quorum.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. And if we can move to the next slide. So we're moving into the ad hoc work group update section. We're going to go in the order that is listed here. And these are just brief updates of what you and your ad hoc work group have been working on in the since our July meeting, and also what you plan to be working on between now and our next in-person meeting in January or February. So James.
Beth, thanks for the chance to be here. Do we have slides?
Yeah, next slide.
Hey, awesome. So this is representing work subgroup number 2, the Climate Mitigation, Resilience, and Adaptation Group. Focus of what we do is really thinking about how we can use EPA's tools and programs to advance U.S. agriculture when it comes to climate mitigation, resilience, and adaptation goals. Got a great group of working group members from a very diverse set of backgrounds and experiences, all of whom contribute to the discussions and the dialogue and the recommendations that we've been putting forward. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Just got a real brief update. You know, one of the things that was interesting about the group that we have now is we combine two groups together. What I call the classic subgroup number 2, because we're the big subgroup number 2 now. And I realize this is germane to folks who are old enough to remember when there was classic Coke and new Coke. So just a little cultural relevance from the 80s there. But the classic subgroup number 2, of which the combined groups have talked about, really focused on climate resilience and adaptation. We had a set of recommendations we considered in Colorado, but they weren't finished yet as we brought them forward and language around that. So we spent some time since that period gathering comments about the recommendations, level setting everybody, so we have an understanding of what we'd worked on before, and then being able to submit some recommendations for consideration and language consideration today. So the focus of that was really around 4 different themes: regional agricultural advisors, thinking about their role, how we might provide recommendations regarding EPA strategic communications, and really being able to get more information out there so it can be best used by folks on the ground. Some about co-benefits of different types of practices, and could we find ways to be able to advance those? And then collaboration with the LGAC advisory committee. And would there be an opportunity for us to work together? So we had a chance to talk about those, receive some comments. We provided this to our working group number 3 for their recommendations around inclusiveness and the language that we were using. Really appreciated the chance to be able to do that. The second part of our merger was with subgroup number 4. So we're now all subgroup number 2, but we've added to that a fair bit about biotech and ag inputs as part of that discussion. So 3 different areas of which we're now developing our level set and understanding of those 3 areas that came from that group. Focus on the use of drones and pesticide application and labeling, and how that relates to climate change, given that's part of our charge. Modern biotechnology and its applications. We'll be needing to bring in some speakers to help us understand what the state of the art is in that space, and then also be able to flesh out what's already been done. And then technology adoption by producers, especially small and medium-sized farms, as that technology adoption will be very important for them to develop agricultural systems that are resilient and adaptive, and potentially could provide mitigation opportunities. So Chairman Saueroff, that's where we are in terms of our update for our 2 groups.
Thanks very much. Was there one more slide for this group though? Oh, nope, sorry. I thought you might have, that's right. It's for the second part. Does anyone have any questions for James and his work group? Okay, seeing no hands raised. Thank you again. I really appreciate that. So this is actually out of order, but we'll take it this way. Let's move to group 3, Chantel and Phil. Chantel, do you want to give us an update?
Sure thing. Good morning, everyone. So I am here representing the Climate Finance, Social Inclusion, and Technical Assistance Group with my co-lead, Philip Chavez, and work group members, Emily Broadleaf, Tom McDonald, Ryan Smith, Sarah Lucas, Clay Pope, Gracielis Ramirez Toro, Eddie Crandall, and Chris Pettit. And next slide, please. And so some of our updates, our group is broad and it encompasses a number of issues because, as you know, social inclusion and equity touches in every facet of life and every facet of research or areas of the recommendations that we've been working on. So initially, we kind of struggled to find an area to hone in on. But as our conversations continued during the July meeting, we thought that it would be important to create some equity language around the recommendations that were being written so that it would kind of flow throughout. As all the recommendations come forward, there would be an equity lens attached to them. So our current issue that we worked on for this session was development of equity language, including a preamble to preface any and all recommendations sent to the administrator. And some of the future issues that we're working on as we've explored and talked to different groups and different speakers are reviewing and providing recommendations for streamlined grant application processes, developing best practice guidelines to collect data on who's getting the grants, how they're going out, what those outreach initiatives look like, and some implementation procedures to make sure that we're reaching all of the constituents, as well as conversations with underserved groups that may have qualified for grants but did not apply for these funding opportunities to see where there are barriers and what ways that we can address those barriers, as well as utilizing state agencies to kind of help with some of the human infrastructure, building human capital and spreading the work to get this information out to those who need it most. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Chantel? Okay, seeing no hands raised, let's move to group one, the Water, Energy, and Climate Nexus group. Michael Crowder and Matt Freund, do you guys want to take this one on?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Crowder, and I want to thank everybody that was working on the Water, Energy, and Climate Ad Hoc Work Group. Members were Bill Prock, Graciela Ramirez, Jeannie Merrill, Jennifer Similink, Nathia Rajan, Jennifer James, Laura Lurkins, Eddie Crandell, and Chris Pettit. Chris seems to be a busy guy. He's on all of these. Next slide, please. So we discussed at length anaerobic digesters for most of our time, and we've branched off into other subjects, but it kept coming back to anaerobic digesters, and a lot of discussions were on the AgStar program inside of EPA and in our thoughts and discussions about propping up AgStar. We had Nick Elger with EPA discuss that program. He is the one employee for AgStar. We did have people from EPA and NRCS come in and talk about the IRA funding and the intersection of those fundings between NRCS and EPA, USDA, and the possibility of interagency cooperation. Sounds like RMA, Rural Management with USDA, has a working agreement. There's some challenges with anaerobic digesters that they are very expensive, time consuming to get the permitting, and can be a problem running with the infrastructure. And they're really not feasible for smaller farms at this time due to the cost. So a lot of discussion has been with that. Next slide, please. We did invite the NRCS chief, Natural Resources Conservation Service Chief Terry Cosby, and we had a well-attended meeting discussing anaerobic digesters. And we had Tom McDonald, Philip Chavez, Barry Berg from other subgroups join us on that. So we had a really good discussion. And then the next meeting after, we were able to come to some recommendations. A lot of discussions on the recommendations that you'll see later today. We weren't unanimous on that, but we did get a consensus on the recommendations going forward. We will continue to discuss certain aspects of manure management and issues with anaerobic digesters, but we will have recommendations later today. Next slide, please. Yeah, future topics. We have a lot of exciting work to dive into. Water, Energy, and Climate has a lot of breadth and width of subjects that are exciting to us. So we're going from climate pollution reduction grants, which is talked about by the first group today. So we're not going to reinvent the wheel, but solar siting, carbon capture, 319, might dive into WOTUS a little bit, but we won't do like we did on the last iteration of FRRCC. Clean Water Act and Energy Star certification has been discussed. So we'll decide what we're working on next after this meeting today, and we'll be happy to bring back our ideas to future full committee discussions.
Thanks, Michael. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Michael?
Thank you, Beth.
Okay, yep. Seeing none, thank you. Thanks all for those updates. So now we're going to move into the next section of our agenda. During this time, the same work group leads will give an overview of the work group reports and recommendations. They're not going to go into all the language verbatim by any means. They're going to more tell us about what the processes are that they've been through and sort of high level where they've netted out. And so we are going to, I will change, well, we're going to go in a slightly different order this time, but we will start with James again from Climate Mitigation, Resilience, and Adaptation. Can we get the next slide? And James, to you.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk through overviews of the recommendations that we have. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Part of what our work group had done was to have some important conversations about where we thought EPA could make a difference in its investments. So this would form the basis of recommendations that we would have. And that fell into a series of themes after discussion and expert advice and presentations. The first theme had to do with EPA's regional agricultural advisors, how important these folks can be as catalysts and coordinators and expert advice for the work that we're doing in climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation. So the recommendations form a little bit about how we might be able to make the best use of these resources and ask EPA to take a look at what the charge is given to these folks and how they fit into the overall system. So that's theme one. Theme two had to do with strategic communication planning. So there is an awful lot of opportunities that are coming to agricultural producers and to support services related to making investments in climate. These could come from a variety of government agencies, may come from EPA, or may be part of a process where states are implementing those based on funding and opportunities that come from EPA. What we recognized was that with such a myriad of opportunities, it's difficult sometimes to know how to access those and where you might be able to plug in and really be able to build out opportunities for agriculture, even against perhaps larger climate initiatives that happen within a state or within a region or across the nation. So these recommendations had to do with timing of strategic communications, being able to provide opportunities around a communications plan, and also gave some specific advice around timing of some webinars that might take place. Theme three had to do with co-benefits as it relates to climate initiatives. One thing that we acknowledged as a work group was that often the types of practices that are encouraged or incentivized may only focus on one particular benefit. And there's an opportunity for us to be able to champion co-benefits, which for long-term agricultural system resiliency can become quite important. But we don't yet have the knowledge base to understand exactly how EPA incentivizes those co-benefits and what might be done by other agencies. So the recommendation has to do with understanding that better, providing a list of co-benefits, and then being able to implement those. And then theme four had to do with coordinating and collaborating at the local government level. As we know, those folks are on the front lines of climate change. There is an existing advisory committee, the Local Government Advisory Committee, or LGAC. And we thought that there may be an opportunity for us to work alongside each other and develop some joint collaborations, meetings, and maybe even recommendations going forward. So those are the four themes that we had related to the recommendations. So recommendation number one had to do with the scope of activities and mission of the regional agricultural advisors. We felt that where appropriate, duties and responsibilities could be shifted with more resources potentially in order to be able to better support agency goals. Second recommendation that falls under that first theme, let's go ahead and go to the next slide, is to develop a strategic plan for two-way communication, knowing that we're going to receive input and be able to share ideas and information, be able to answer questions by doing that, and then developing a strategic outreach plan that helps to support communications overall. So that's recommendation A2. The next slide, please. Recommendation A3. So again, that fits underneath this theme that we had before of communication. These are really about quarterly webinars and where those might take place. These sessions are meant to be region specific. So that's why we talked a little bit about running these through the Deputy Regional Administrator's office as a place, a point of contact, and then have opportunities when other agencies could participate in those to elevate the collaboration and coordination that takes place. So we emphasize the two-way communication is important. Next slide. Thank you for that. And then some specific webinars having to do with describing opportunities for the climate pollution reduction plans are important as we go into an implementation phase. So that was that fourth piece of communications. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. This had to do with the co-benefits. So the specific language that was around co-benefits. There's really a step-by-step process, a series of steps that allow us to be able to better understand what's taking place. And we want to recommend that we follow through with this from the administrator's level. So a bit about reviewing the policies and guidance and funding and processes to see where co-benefits play into decision-making, or maybe into guidance, or maybe into incentives. So that's the first part of that. We do think that it's helpful to provide a list, almost like one-stop shopping, for practitioners and for support services around what are the co-benefits that may be relevant for climate resiliency in agriculture. And it would be helpful to do that through a literature review and some expert advice. So we could develop those. And we understood from a guest speaker that some of this sort of scanning within the agency is taking place now, especially around 319 program. And then being able to share that information is important for us too. So the C part of this recommendation has to do with getting those out and providing tools for folks to understand the co-benefits of different types of projects and programs, and then being able to track those. Second half of this recommendation had to do with incentives. So how do we incentive multiple co-benefits, and trying to find some ways to be able to do that. Then developing some metrics. So within EPA, we can tell the story and create the narrative of what impacts we're having with the funding that's being allocated. It's great to be able to measure that progress with those metrics. And then also be able to communicate out from EPA's perspective, the share of funding that goes to the types of practices that generate co-benefits. Again, that narrative around how we're using public funds would be really important for practitioners and to continue support of these types of climate resiliency programs. And then the last recommendation, there are no, I can see the disappointment on the faces of everyone. There are no 6 steps associated with any one recommendation. This one really had to do with working with ALGAC. And we have some folks that are familiar with ALGAC within our subgroup, and felt like there was a real opportunity for us to increase local government participation in the work we do, and some coordination if we were to work with ALGAC and develop some joint recommendations. So we'd like to be able to explore that opportunity within the agency. And that's an overview of those recommendations.
Thank you, James. Does anyone have any questions or comments at this point for James? Chris?
Good morning. I was just the multifaceted co-benefit conversation is, obviously extremely important. And the committee, the ad hoc group did such a great job on this. I was just curious, we've talked through the process about how do we measure, how do we quantify, and there seems to be a significant kind of research, monitoring, whatever you want to call it, component to kind of working with this kind of co-benefit framework. And I see it kind of imbued in the in the framework, but I was just curious to know whether there was a consideration of tightening that recommendation, just to kind of highlight the need for continued data aggregation, research, and monitoring as it relates to those, tracking exactly what's being accomplished.
Chris, thanks for that comment. We acknowledge the need to be able to really be able to articulate what those co-benefits are and then how to measure those. And I think you're right that we didn't focus any of the language around, hey, there needs to be additional research taking place in this space. And there may be an opportunity for us to be able to do that and to augment that a little bit more. So thank you for that comment.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, James, and your group. Before we move on, it looks like Ryan Smith, you joined us. Am I correct? Ryan? At least I saw that you were admitted to the group. Okay. And John Collison, are you on? John, you might want to unmute. It's funny, his name is right on top on my screen, so he's here. Maybe he's multitasking. Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge if we had had some folks join. Okay, so let's go to the next page, please. Michael, can we get your overview, please?
Yeah, next slide, please. So again, we just talked about the anaerobic digester discussion, and we spent most of our time on that, and lots of discussion went into these recommendations. And that at the highest level, it was supporting the AgStar program. So we want to continue to enhance and implement AgStar for outreach and communication for EPA through producers or to producers. As I said earlier, it is a one staff program, and we definitely feel that it needs more attention and more funding on that. So we want to increase the staffing and attention to that, the funding to help provide technical assistance and to conduct feasibility studies for individual farmers, considering methane digesters and other waste management practices. Make regional staff available to provide farmers information and resources. I talked to my ag advisor, EPA ag advisor, and there's not a lot of work through the regions on that. And a lot of that is to do with the difference between USDA outreach and EPA outreach. Early on in the life of AgStar, it was a lot more prominent than it is now. So we want to make sure that EPA has the staff to implement that. And we want to coordinate directly with existing NRCS and state programs and staff regarding implementation of the climate resiliency programs and projects, and help further develop digester development. A lot of discussion went on the siting of these and how close they are to current natural gas lines, and just some of the challenges with anaerobic digesters. Next step, please, or next slide. We wanted to utilize and promote AgStar as an incubator and resource for technical innovation, pilot project implementation, and research. A lot of discussion went into the alternative uses for these generated biogases, as well as the digestate. Implement a farmer grant program to incentivize these innovations. Just at every step of our discussions, the challenges are the cost for these digesters. It's very expensive to put these in, and especially when you get to the smaller scale farmers. We want to build and share a portfolio of innovations and accepted proposed projects with farmers, government, and private business. We also want to incorporate the continued monitoring and data collection for atmospheric methane around dairy digesters. A lot of discussion towards the end was other programs to mitigate that methane loss around digesters and what can be done about that, and other methods besides just anaerobic digesters. So, and finally, EPA should review and update existing guidance related to digesters to include emerging scientific research and studies regarding environmental risk tied to these project implementations. And that goes to some of the loss around digesters. So overall, we felt like it was digesters are a very positive thing, but there are some challenges to that. And we wanted to continue to support AgStar and anaerobic digesters. And with that, that concludes our presentation, Beth.
Thanks, Michael. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Hi, Beth, this is Jeannie.
Go ahead, Jeannie.
Thanks. I appreciated the presentation. On this particular set of recommendations, I appreciate all the work of the work group to kind of talk through some of these issues. We didn't have a ton of time as a work group to provide edits and suggested changes to the language, so I will have some proposed amendments later as we get into that portion of our discussion. I don't think we have consensus around some of the issues related to digesters, including what the environmental impacts may be. We have a growing body of research here in California that digesters may still have substantial methane leaks and may also contribute to increased nitrous oxide emissions from digestate, which is the material produced after the digestion process. And some very significant concerns around whether or not the proliferation of digesters related to the low carbon fuel standard here in California are contributing to expansions of large CAFOs that are having other air and water quality impacts. So I think there's worth having a larger conversation around these recommendations. And as I mentioned, I will have some proposed amendments when we get to that portion. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jeannie. Emily? And then Bill? And then Chantel.
Thank you. Thanks to the group for the work on this. I was going to say, just in looking at the recommendations, it feels a little bit like there's, some content in the description that maybe isn't reflected in the recommendations that I think, maybe the recommendations could be refined to include a little bit more. Like there's this section about alternative manure management, but then none of the recommendations refer back to that explicitly. So I think there could be opportunities. I know that was something that we talked a little bit about at the last meeting as well. So I don't know if now is the time to kind of get into some of those, but I kind of was looking at this and thinking maybe there's that opportunity. And then the other thing that I wanted to just bring up was in our committee, the last 2-year session of the committee, we talked a little bit about digesters in the context of some of the recommendations around food waste, which I know are a continuing interest to EPA. So I think there might be, and I don't know what the process is, but an opportunity to refine some of the recommendations to also include that, especially knowing that it's very costly to put in place digesters, that there is a lot of need for support for the funding on them. And I think if there's government money going to that funding, that could also deal with this other challenge that EPA is concerned about. What I've heard from a lot of folks that we work with in the food waste ecosystem is that there's lots of digesters out there that aren't able to take food waste as feedstock. So I was wondering if, maybe there's a way to refine the recommendations around thinking about ways to create facilities that are able to take from a broader set of feedstocks. So just putting those out there as 2 thoughts.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, so when we go through the actual reports and recommendations later in the agenda, then we'll be able to take any motions for making amendments. Bill.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, I appreciate what the committee's done and how they spoke on the digesters, because I've been around quite a few of them and involved with them. I know a few years ago, the livestock group from EPA, we went out to Fair Oaks Dairy and really studied that one. But the concerns that we have with the cost of them, and then I really appreciate them saying there's a lot of challenges yet. And I would really hate to jump on this and say this is we need to really dive into this, but we got to walk first. And I just appreciate the committee's concerns with some of the challenges we have.
Thanks, Bill. Chantel?
Good morning again. I appreciate the work and reading about it and learning about it. One of the things that I would like to see a little bit more of is some reference materials for some of these numbers that were given out in the recommendation and how they came about, so that we can better support that to make sure that everything is in line with current research practices, similar to what one of our other colleagues on the call has stated earlier.
Thank you. Sarah.
Hi, everybody. This is Sarah Lucas. I think I missed my opportunity during roll call. I've been having some connection issues. But
Thanks for letting us know.
yeah, I've been, first I'll just say thank you to the all the committees for all their work in putting these recommendations together. And like Emily said, I'm not sure if now is the time to chime in with proposed changes or if we have more of a discussion on that later on. But my comments are more on the scope and the format of the recommendations. And so, Beth, I don't know if you have any guidance on whether I should hold fire or share my comments and questions now.
I think, I mean, you can speak to them very high level now if you want, but we're not going to be going into the actual documents until we get to the next section.
Okay. So I guess my high level take is, and I recognize and appreciate that Michael kind of pointed this out. It's they're not covering the whole universe of the water energy nexus, water energy climate nexus, and wanted to have a little bit more conversation about how understanding that there's a whole a whole universe of programming through EPA around water, energy, climate, and that digesters are one part of that, that each program under water and energy is one small part of that, and how we can do justice to the breadth of programming rather than kind of honing in on one particular issue area or program type. I guess what I'm saying is with the enormity of the issue that the work group has to tackle, I understand the challenges in terms of narrowing it down, but I'm wondering if there's a way we can do justice to some of the other programming that we know will be impactful for those water and energy issues. So that's my primary comment, and I'll be happy to talk more when we have more time for discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, any other comments or questions? I see no other hands up. So Michael or Matt, I just want to know if there's anything high level you want to say in response to any of those comments.
Oh, just in general, as far as Jeannie's comments, we did discuss this at length, and Sarah, I agree with you. There's a lot that we can be covering and will be covering. If you saw the slide of where we're going to tackle next, we needed to kind of put this digester discussion to final recommendation. There was a lot of discussion on keep going, and I pushed pretty hard to get these recommendations, to get them to this committee for this very discussion. That doesn't mean that any other topics of manure management can't be discussed in the future. And matter of fact, it's on the slides, and just trying to get some recommendations to the full committee that you see here and move forward to other topics of water, energy, and climate. So that would be my comment.
So I'd like to make a comment, but for some reason I can't get my hand to go up. But regardless, I think our main intent was to try to, we're not trying to not do the other pieces that we talked about, but I think looking at EPA and what they've been able to do in the past, seems like the AgStar program seemed like an appropriate spot to try to bring back into something a little more valuable to the farmers. And I think that was the main intent of our recommendations. And we're not trying to not do the other manure management parts of it, but we have to look at NRCS and the Department of Ag and what they have under their belt and not try to reinvent the wheel over there through the EPA. And I think that's kind of why we kept the recommendations pretty specific to AgStar at this time.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this one? All right. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that overview and the discussion. Chantel? We'll move to your section, and can we have the next slide, please? And the next one.
Our recommendation was to include preamble language to accompany all recommendations forwarded to the committee. With this, it was with the expectation that equity would be included in all recommendations that the full body provides for the administrator.
Thanks, Chantel. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. So, seeing as how we are ahead of schedule and it's still early for lunch on the East Coast, let alone other time zones. Venus, do you want to do the public comments first, or we have to keep that even though there are none, I guess, at the same time, or should we just move into the next section of voting or adoption of the recommendations?
I think that since we do not have any public comment, excuse me, any public commenters, that we can move on to the next section or of the agenda, barring lunch. So the next more substantive.
Okay, super. So while I think while we're moving to Venus's laptop, right, so that we can look at the document from the combined documents from your laptop, I'm just going to set us up for this one. First of all, we will plan to work on this part until noon Eastern, and then as according to the agenda, we'll take a break for lunch or other things that anyone has to do for 45 minutes. All right, so just to set up this next section, we are not wordsmithing today for grammar or style. We are, however, of course, open to discussions regarding the substance and meaning or intent of language that's in any of these reports and recommendations. Just want to say a reminder that for James's report, the Mitigation, Resilience, and Adaptation Group, we're not voting on those recommendations as we already approved them in Colorado. And my understanding is they did not change. So we're voting on the rest of the report that goes along with the recommendations. And then just in general, after the a motion is made and seconded to adopt each report, when we go to the discussion of the motion, we're going to move section by section or paragraph by paragraph. It's going to depend on the text of the report, which makes more sense to see if there's any discussion. Each person who wants can speak twice on each seconded motion, but I won't call on you a second time until everyone who wants goes once. And then I will give the original motioner or amendment motioner the first opportunity to respond to any discussion comments. And we'll go to a vote on the original motion or each amendment after each person who wants speaks twice. We're also not going to take any more than 2 amendments at a time. So that means an amendment to a motion and an amendment to an amendment. We'll settle those and then we'll move forward. So with that said,
can everybody see my screen?
I do.
Okay.
So ad hoc work group number 2, climate mitigation, resilience, and adaptation. Is there a motion for this report?
Chairman Sarhoff, I move to accept the report from ad hoc working group number 2 as it is written.
I'll second that motion. This is Dave Graybill.
Okay. Is there any discussion? a challenge with Zoom is I don't think it gives me the order in which people raise their hand, which Teams now does do. So I'm going to apologize in advance if people throughout the next part of this raise their hands and I don't get you in order. It's by no means intentional. Okay, so as Venus is scrolling through, is there any discussion?
Beth, this is Tom McDonald. I realize you said that we're not wordsmithing today. Do you want us to point out things that we see as maybe the language needs worked on? I agree, we don't need to get into commas and that kind of thing today, but would you like for us to highlight things that we see?
James is nodding his head that would be helpful to him. So yes, and you can send that directly to James. But again, I really don't want, we're not asking folks to take a ton of time to, revamp something. It's more like if you see something that's really glaring, yes, please send it to James. Thanks, Tom. Okay, so I am seeing no discussion. So therefore I will call for a vote. All those in favor of adopting this report and its recommendations, please say aye. Is there a way to vote on here?
Can I
IT
make
folks?
a suggestion that sometimes it's easier if we just ask people who don't agree to say nay, because it's easier to keep track of.
That's true. Let me just see.
There's a hand raising option.
Or a thumbs up, Beth.
Right. Hang on.
We can all raise hands.
Wait. Can everyone just hold on a minute? Frank? Is the best way to do this to raise hands or put thumbs down?
I mean, normally they would just verbally vote, because raise hands is for questions.
Right.
So you wouldn't use that.
Okay.
There is a reaction. I don't know if everyone has this, like a check mark for yes and an X for no. If people know how to get into their reactions, we could all, I'm giving you like a check mark right now. That might be an option, but I know Matt said earlier he was having trouble finding the raise hand. So it might be that not everyone can find that, but maybe we try this and then.
So I'm gonna just do a verbal one for starters, and we'll see how that goes. All those who are not in favor of adopting this report and its recommendations as motioned, please say nay. I hear no nays. Giving you one final chance to say nay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay, so this report is adopted and its recommendations. Thank you.
Beth, how will the changes that Tom is circulating, will we just update that in the work group and bring them back? They're not substantive. What, to Tom's question, how are we going to address seeing that feedback?
I mean, if it's purely just grammatical, yeah, I'll share. We will share it back. But we will not be taking comments on that because there should be nothing that is material. All right, so let's move.
I might just say the thing that I was wanting to suggest is being consistent throughout the document with words like ad hoc work group. it's ad hoc work group, it's subgroup. I highlighted a number of places where that's not consistent. And I think when the document's put in its final form, just for consistency for the administrator and others that read this, so it doesn't look like there's 12 different groups working on this. Let's just be consistent in how we reference that. That was my point.
Okay, no, that's helpful. So does anyone else have anything glaring like that?
Just make a statement that this was that the ad hoc work groups, this language was submitted as is, and we did not make any changes for the basis of making sure that everything that was submitted will be discussed as written, as submitted by the respective work groups. We will definitely go through and make sure that we clean up language, get some consistency, do some formatting. So that will take place after, but we just want to make sure that we have the substantive information that's captured. But we will go through and make sure that that is cleaned up before this gets submitted to the administrator. And then we'll share that back out. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. Do I have any motions regarding this report for the Climate, Energy, Water Nexus Group?
Beth, I'd like to make a motion to approve as written.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second that, this bill.
Thank you, Bill. All right. So we will call for any discussion. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, so
Sean, just a second. I need hands raised. I saw Chantel's go up.
I just want to come back to that. I understand that research was done, but if these recommendations are going forth from a researcher's perspective, I do think there needs to be citations included in those, because as the research changes, we need to know what was being referenced before and after to make sure that it was done with due diligence. And I understand that you all did. I'm not judging your integrity, but for the sake of others who may be reading, I think it's important to have that included and then possibly point to any counter research that may not support it, just to say why these are the best recommendations or why they may need to be reviewed at certain intervals.
So Chantel, I would need you to make a motion for an amendment. That's sort of where we're at here.
Okay.
So go ahead and tell us what your motion for an amendment is.
I'd like to motion that the recommendations be amended to include reference materials or data to support the recommendations being made.
Okay.
Do
I have a second? Do I have a second for that motion to amend to amend this by including reference materials to support the recommendations? Was that Eddie who seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion of that amendment? Okay, if no discussion of that amendment, I'd like to take a vote. Is there anyone who is not supportive of?
Wait, I'm trying to understand what the amendment is trying to, what is the I'm not understanding what part of the recommendations are being guided by what I'm just confused a little bit as to where we're having, what numbers are we talking about that need to be quantified?
Chantel?
One moment, let me get to it on my screen.
I mean, are you talking about the number of cows that digesters or
yes,
pigs or whatever?
when we get to those specific numbers, just based on my training and my understanding, When you talk numbers that way, you need to have data to back that up, or at least a point of reference. And for folks that may be unfamiliar with AgStar or the way that digesters work, it also provides a point of reference for them to be able to go in and look to understand your rationale for the way that you got to your recommendations and conclusions.
So I don't think that the numbers make or break the digesters. It's more of an economic thing, and it has to do with every digester is very individualized, and I think they were the numbers that we put in there are not necessarily needed for the recommendations that we're making. We're making recommendations to have AgStar come back into a more usable program for people that are interested in putting digesters together. And whether you have 500 cows or 5 pigs, that doesn't make or break whether you have a digester. You have to run through the feasibility study. And I think it was a mistake that maybe we shouldn't have put any of those numbers in there that need to be quantified on a periodic basis, because I don't know if anybody, I think we were using them as a reference of saying that there's larger numbers required than a small farm to put a digester together because of the economics. But it wasn't meant to say, okay, if you have a certain number, then you're automatically in. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm not sure I think we're falling down into this rabbit hole that we don't have to be in.
Michael, since you're also on the group, I assume your hand is up to respond to this.
So in my opinion, unless you're pointing to something specific in the recommendations, the numbers were in the discussion above, which doesn't pertain to these recommendations, but they came directly from the EPA website. We can certainly cite that, but that doesn't change the recommendations.
Okay. So is there any other discussion regarding the need to just put that in a citation? Chantel's motion to amend this by including reference materials to support the supporting language. She said the recommendations. Go ahead. Who was speaking?
This is Jeannie. I'll just add that when I get to my proposed amendments, I'll make note of a few places in the sort of preamble background text for the recommendations that either should be struck or citations should be added. And I think it would be helpful to clarify. My assumption is that in addition to the recommendations, that the introductory text will accompany the recommendations and go to the administrator. Therefore, they should be referenced if we're discussing studies. The New York participatory research is one example, et cetera. So I'm in support of Chantel's motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just asking about Chantel's motion to amend this by including the reference materials, to support what is being recommended here. Is there anyone whose hand is up who is adding to that discussion? Dave, are you talking? Is your hand up for a different issue?
No, I want to speak to this.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what Michael said about it. And you have to understand that those numbers are an example. So maybe we only fell down here in adding that was an example from EPA's numbers.
Okay, Sarah, is your hand up for this discussion?
It's related, but it's not it's related.
Then hold on.
Okay.
Chris Pettit, is your hand up for this discussion? Chris Pettit, you're on mute. Jennifer Simmelink, is your hand up for this discussion?
Yes, it is. I actually think I recall the last time our group met that I thought we had decided to strike those 2 bullet points, and we were incorporating it into not citing specific numbers. I think kind of for this exact reason was we weren't trying to get into the real specifics of who qualifies, but that there's interest from different farms that do, and to continue to look into it. That's my recollection, but I don't have any notes backing that up.
Yeah, Beth, she is correct. We had a lot of discussion about that, and we pulled up the EPA website. That's verbatim of what the EPA website is. I have no problem striking that if it causes some consternation. It was just an example, so it doesn't change the recommendations at all.
Okay, so we are at a point where we have a motion that has been seconded to amend this by including reference materials to support what has been written here, the recommendations. If someone wants to amend that amendment to strike the language, then I can entertain that now before we go to a vote. Otherwise, we have to go to a vote for Chantel's motion.
I'll make that motion that we strike that information so that it's not part of the recommendations or within the context of the document.
So Matt is making a motion to amend Chantel's amendment that instead of making citations, we strike that language. And before I ask for a second, Venus, yes, thank you for highlighting it. That's what I was going to just ask you. Do I have a second for that motion to amend the amendment?
So are we?
I will second.
That the language that's highlighted right now on the screen is what we were striking. I just want to make sure that we get consensus and alignment. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so wait, so who made that second?
Jennifer Semelink.
Sorry, for Venus, I think you'd have to strike the sentence leading up to it too.
Yes.
Like, I think if you just strike those two, there's like a colon and nothing below, it would be kind of confusing. Yeah, just a point of clarification, I think.
Thank you. Okay, so any discussion on this amendment to the amendment? We have a first and we have a second. First motion, second motion. Any discussion? Are the hands that are up for discussing this, or Jeannie and Sarah, your hands are still up for separate things, right? Okay, so I'd like to call for a vote. All those opposed to the amendment, meaning you are opposed to striking this language that's highlighted in yellow. All those opposed say nay.
Beth, I'm so sorry. Can I cut in? I think probably the first sentence there is needed to tie to the next paragraph, but starting from per. I don't know.
Because you had said just one sentence needed to be struck, not both of them.
Just one sentence. Exactly. I'm sorry. And I don't know what others think, but just in reading what the next paragraph then talks about smaller farms, it seems like you need to start with large scale. It seems like the problem people had was with like the actual size. I don't know if others agree.
Okay, so I just for going forward, and I know sometimes it's hard you have to read through things, and maybe I will try to give us also a little bit more time, and we can't always find our hands up buttons in time. So before I call for a vote, when I'm asking if there's discussion, that's when these sorts of comments need to come up. And Emily, I'm not faulting you. I'm sort of just saying for guidance for all of us. Because once we're going to a vote, then we're done with discussion.
So Beth, clarify something? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm a little bit confused about the motion.
So, okay, so there was the first amendment to the motion was by Chantel saying that we need to have the reference language for these numbers, the citations for these numbers in here.
Was it
an amendment made? An amendment, an amendment was then made to that amendment, saying that we strike all that language and don't have the numbers at all because they were not critical to the report.
I understand the striking language part. I think what I'm unclear on is whether or not Chantel's amendment was to add references that are beyond just these numbers. In other words, the background language includes other places that need citations. And so I just wanted to be clear about that.
It's a good question. Chantel?
So what I initially stated was that reference language needed to be included. And I was citing this as an example, but that is not the only place that I saw. Even at the sentence below, it says the interest in innovations allow technology to be adapted in a cost-effective way. And those sentences, if I were writing that, I would expect a reference to go back to support these statements in the other paragraphs as well. So I think overall it needs references. I understand the removal of the number. That is a glaring place where it needs references, but there are other places within the document that could be beneficial to have references as well.
Okay. So Jeannie, thanks for raising that. And Chantel, thanks for clarifying. So let me think out loud here a second. So what I would like to suggest, given that clarification, is I think we can still do the amendment to the amendment, but when we vote on this amendment to the amendment, it is just about this particular spot. It is not about saying we don't need the other citations. So we're going to take a vote on striking this language because I think we've sort of gotten down this path. So we have to sort of get back up this path. We're gonna take a vote on striking this language, and then we will go back to taking the vote on Chantel's motion about needing the citations. So if there is anyone who is opposed to striking this language that's highlighted here, please say nay, meaning I'm against this motion to strike. Okay, there are no nays. All those in favor of striking this language, and therefore all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Is all those abstaining, say aye. Okay, we have no abstentions. So we have now just voted on this amendment to strike this language. Now let's go back to the first amendment, Chantel's motion for citations. And so that motion was first made, it was seconded, we had discussions of it. Before I call for a vote, are there any other discussions of other places where there are citations needed? Michael, I'll go back to you since it's your document.
Yeah, I would just say, Chantel, I don't think anybody will vote against this. If you have examples, we're happy to cite those for you. That's no problem. And it wouldn't change if we, whatever form this document passes, we can add that in after we're done.
Okay.
Okay. Jeannie, is your hand still up for this one or for beyond this?
For after this, thanks.
Okay, yep. Okay, so is there any other discussion on this amendment motion? Tom?
Beth, I'm sorry, I can't find the hands button either, so I'm giving you a clap. I just want to just say, you know, I am not opposed to giving references where there's, you know, a definite reference needed. I just want to caution these recommendations can get extremely cumbersome if we have to reference every statement that's made. And so I just want to give that out as a caution so that the authors of these recommendations don't just get terribly bogged down in citations and documentation.
Thanks, Tom. Chris?
But I was just, if I may support Tom on that, and obviously Mr. McDonald has that his distinguished history on this group, and has seen the recommendations come out in the past. I would kind of on a middle ground. I think I would speak to there are best practices or industry standards or a variety of things that are not necessarily going to be straight references. And again, we, in drafting these, again, my initial edit here pulled off of the EPA AgStar page. So I think that there's some industry standards out there, and there's some stuff that we can look at that may not be, that reference point necessarily, but that we can use as representative kind of assertions as it relates to the broadness of what we're talking about.
Okay, is there anyone else who has anything to add to the discussion? Okay, and again, when I'm having that pregnant pause, it's really just to give folks a chance to find the right button so they can say something if they want to. So I'm going to call for a vote. We are voting on Chantel's original amendment to include reference materials or citations to support what's in the document. And I'm hoping that I can, I'll leave it at that. So all those opposed to this amendment, please say nay.
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 All right, so I'm going to do a roll call vote. And I'm hoping Ramon or Venus, one of you can capture this. Barry Berg.
Nay.
Brad Bray.
Nay.
Don Brown.
Nay.
Emily Broadleib.
Aye.
Phil Chavez.
Nay.
John Collison. Bill Cowser.
Nay.
Eddie Crandell.
Yes.
Michael Crowder.
Nay.
Matt Freund.
Nay.
Sharon Firsch. Jeff Gore.
Nay.
Dave Graybill.
Nay.
Jennifer James. Sarah Lucas.
Yes.
Nick McCarthy.
Nay.
Tom McDonald.
Nay.
Jeannie Merrill.
Yes.
Chris Pettit.
Can I ask a clarification, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Because in the notes, it says the original amendment is to include reference material. Are we talking about reference, documents to support, or are we talking about specific references in the document?
My understanding is we're talking about citations, like
In the document?
For certain statements that are made. What is the like peer-reviewed or journal? Where's the source of that?
At that level of kind of narrowness, I think I'm a nay.
Chantel, did I characterize it correctly?
Yes, that is characterized correctly.
Okay. Clay Pope.
Nay.
Bill Proct.
Nay.
James Pritchett.
Nay.
Nithya Rajan.
Nay.
Graciela,
Aye.
you said aye. Lindsay Reams, Charles Santerre,
Nay.
Ramon,
Aye.
Jennifer Simmelink,
Nay.
Chantel,
Aye.
Ryan Smith, Ryan, Stacy Wayne Smith, Jeff Whitty,
No.
Amy Wolf.
Nay.
Okay, I don't have the exact numbers till I count it up, but I think it was certainly the nays have it. Does anyone, Venus or Ramon, did you get the exact number?
Yeah, I have 20 nays and I have 7 ayes.
Okay, so,
I confirm I have the same numbers.
okay, super. Chantel's amendment is not passing. So I'm now going to Jeannie for the next for your next point of discussion on the original motion to accept the report.
Great. Thanks so much. Yeah, so I have some specific language amendments to suggest. If we could go to the top, to the first paragraph. And I think it makes sense, but please correct me if this is wrong, for me to just go through all of my suggested amendments and then have discussion. Does that make the most sense, Beth?
Well, I think what we wanted to do was to be able to go piece by piece through this document. So I would say, let's, Venus, you're at the top of the document, right? So does anyone do you have a comment on the introduction paragraph? And if anybody,
Beth, are you asking me or are you?
I'm going to ask everybody, because if
I see.
yours is
Okay.
sprinkled throughout, then we have to take
I
this
see what you're
from
saying.
top to bottom.
I understand. Thank you.
Does anyone have any point of discussion for the first language, the introductory for the first paragraph? Venus, can you just highlight the first paragraph?
So I do.
Okay.
Should I go ahead?
Sure.
Okay. About in the middle, excuse me, where the sentence begins, this technology not only benefits air quality by reducing methane emissions, but it also reduces odors, often resulting in improved farm community relations. There's no evidence to suggest that digesters reduce odors, and we have issues here in the San Joaquin Valley of communities adjacent to large dairies with digesters where they have significant odor concerns. So my suggestion here is to strike this sentence.
So are you making an amendment, a motion for an amendment?
I motion to amend that we strike this technology, that one sentence. It's not just an issue here in California. I think also issues in places like North Carolina and elsewhere where we see swine producers with digesters, there's still significant odor concerns. Digesters aren't intended to deal with odors. That's not what they do.
Okay.
Thank
Is there
you.
a second for this motion to amendment to strike this sentence? Please speak up. Not having a second to your motion, pardon?
I'll second.
Okay, Emily is seconding the motion to strike this sentence that's highlighted in yellow. This technology not only benefits air quality by reducing methane emissions, but also reduces odors, often resulting in improved farm community relations. Is there any discussion of this amendment? The hands that are up, is that to discuss this amendment?
Yes.
Sarah, Lucas?
No, I have more general comments.
Okay. Dave?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. I agree with Jeannie that it does not completely eliminate odor. And certainly that being the case, maybe her comments are correct. However, anecdotally, we know that manure that went through a digester is less odorous whenever it's spread on agricultural land. And that, I don't know how else to say it. I don't have citations to give you, but that's been shown time and time again whenever digesters are utilized correctly.
Jeannie, is there anything you want to respond to what was said? Since you made this amendment motion?
Yeah, I don't think there's agreement on this question around odors. Odors come from sort of multiple places in the operation, not just from the lagoon that's covered. Certainly, I think Dave makes a good point about odors relating to the digestate that then comes out of the digester. But there are still significant odors associated with the operations with digesters. So I think this is just an unnecessary statement. It also sort of flies in the face of improved farm community relations. That's not the experience that we have here in California, nor is it the experience we're familiar with in other states. So I don't think this sentence adds value to the recommendations, nor does it clarify the recommendations. So I think it's worth striking.
Thanks. Emily?
Thank you. I was gonna also pick up on the last piece about resulting in improved farm community relations. Like, I think there are a lot of community groups that have been concerned about digesters. So, I mean, this isn't to me the most important part of, what I would want to give feedback on this, but I just think that part of it to me is it's an unnecessary thing to include. And I think there's evidence to the contrary that there are community groups sort of opposed. That was my thought.
Thanks. Tom?
I just wanted to speak to the fact that this says it reduces odors. It doesn't say digesters eliminate odors. And I believe in the manure treatment process, it's a sealed vessel, and it does reduce odors in the manure treatment part. Now, that doesn't speak to other parts of the operation that aren't a part of the digester. So, and I agree, often resulting in improved farm community relations. I don't know if that's true or not. I wouldn't be opposed to striking that, but I do know that one of the benefits of anaerobic digesters is it reduces odors during the manure treatment process.
Thanks. Barry?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will also speak to what Tom just spoke to real quickly, but when it says in the sentence, often resulting in improved, I agree with that statement that Tom had, but where it says it also reduces odor, it doesn't eliminate that. I echo the same thing that Tom said. If you go to EPA's website, It doesn't say reduce, it minimizes, but minimize and reduce, 2 words. We're not going to wordsmith like we talked about, but you can go right on the website, and if EPA is saying it's minimizing odors, reducing odors, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Michael.
Yeah, and I want to basically concur with Bill. We spent months talking about the digesters, and this was, I don't even remember discussing this, but it is a proven fact that it does reduce odors, and we're not talking about the rest of the farm. We're talking about that specific location. So I think this sentence can stay. And
okay, is there anyone else who has any comments about the amendment to strike this sentence highlighted in yellow?
I have a comment, and I'm not sure why my hand keeps disappearing. It goes up and down. Regardless, I don't think it changes our recommendation, but I've been working with this stuff for 25 years, and it certainly reduces the pungency of it, and whether or not everybody's nose is a little different. So I'm not going to argue the point, and I don't think it changes our recommendation, but I am pretty sure that when you spread the manure, it's a lot nicer neighborhood than when you use raw manure or manure that's been stacked.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yes, I appreciate all the comments and I appreciate the suggestion. I just hearing some of the discussion, I think this is another reason why, even though it didn't pass, the citations are important. Even highlighting the reduces and minimizing, citing the EPA website would have been something I think that, if passed, would have been able to help with this situation and probably prevent this discussion right here. But either way, yeah, no, I just wanted to highlight those things.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who has discussion on this amendment? Jeannie and Sarah, your hands are still raised for other stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Eddie, your hand is still up, but you just spoke. So seeing no one else's hands up, I'm going to call for a vote. All those opposed to the motion to strike this language, please say nay.
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 Nay. All right, so we're going to have to do another voice vote.
Beth, can I make a suggestion where you try to do checks and X's to speed that up so we don't have to do a roll call vote every time?
Okay, all right. So yes, we'll give that a try this time. So if you click on reactions where you've got a smiley face at the bottom on your the band on the bottom, there's a smiley face and then a plus at the top of the smiley face. If you highlight that with your cursor, you will see a whole bunch of emoji type things come up. There's a plus, there's a check that's in green and an X that's in red. So a check that's in green means, yes, I am voting in favor of this amendment to strike this sentence highlighted in yellow. If you check and if you click on the X, that means I am opposed to this amendment that wants to strike, meaning you're in favor of keeping the language. So please go ahead and do that. Emily?
I just had one question. It might be that we need to do this as 2 separate motions, but I primarily have an issue with the last part about resulting in improved farm community relations, because I think that is contrary to some things I've read. So do we first vote on getting rid of the whole sentence and that doesn't pass? I mean, let's do this vote and then we'll see.
Exactly. Yep. We're going to do the vote as is because that's the amendment on the table.
Thanks, Beth.
Yep. So has everyone done a X or a plus? Let me see. I need to move this to where I can see everyone's votes.
If you click participants, you should be able to see them next to people's names.
You're right. Clearly, some of you have done this before I have. All right, so I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on a second. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Madam Chair, it also tells you at the bottom, if you look all the way.
Oh my gosh.
it
Thank
says,
you.
That are checks.
All right. Thank you
for
guys.
yeas and
I
20
appreciate the
noes.
pointers because it keeps, as I was trying to move down, it kept jumping. All right. We've got 8 in favor of striking the sentence and in favor of the motion to strike the sentence, 20 who are opposed. It is not that that amendment to strike the language does not pass. And someone just changed their vote. So it now says, wait a sec, guys, you can't change your votes. It was 8 to 20 when we took the vote.
I'm gonna.
Beth, I didn't change the vote. I just voted.
Oh, okay. That's weird because it had said 8 to 20.
I took mine down, Beth. I thought we were done. That's why it
Yeah.
changed.
So I had 8 in
Yeah.
favor and 20 opposed.
8 and 20. Yeah.
So this amendment does not pass. Are there any other discussion points in this first paragraph?
Yes,
Actually,
Beth,
and
real
remove,
quick.
sorry, one sec, just remove your checks and X's and stuff, please. Okay, yes.
Hey, Beth, in the first sentence, second line, it says county. Is that supposed to be country?
First sentence, second line. Oh.
Hi.
Michael? It's, yeah, right. That word where your cursor is.
I think
Venus.
that is a typo. And we could do it as a friendly and see if anybody opposes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that can be a friendly amendment, that was just a typo.
Does anyone oppose this? Say aye. Say nay, whatever. Okay. Friendly amendment passes. Tom.
Beth, I've got an amendment to the last sentence. And this may feel like wordsmithing, but I think it's important. So anaerobic digestion continues to be recognized as a viable technology to treat organic waste materials by converting waste to energy or fertilizer. I move to amend the motion to change or to and.
And was there more to that? Yeah.
Yes, I do. I would like to put a period at the end of fertilizer. And then say, in addition, anaerobic digestion should, add another sentence. Period, strike the and
Venus, you could also do that using track changes, I think.
Beth, if I may, I just wanted to point out, Jennifer James texted me and she's on the phone and wasn't able to vote. And I don't know how you want to try to tackle that.
Did she tell you what her vote was?
No, she just wanted me to let you know.
Point of order, Madam Chair, you wouldn't be able to take it either way because it would be a proxy. So
yeah.
I guess meaning how would she be able to vote?
So she'll have to do a voice vote going forward. So Tom, I don't think we have this quite right.
Yeah, right there, insert,
addition.
in addition, anaerobic digestion should.
Okay. So,
So I
do you want to
move
explain that?
I move to amend
Yeah.
this this sentence by striking and adding the language that's on the screen. So the reason this is substantive is anaerobic digestion, it treats organic waste by converting waste to energy and fertilizer. I mean, we get methane out of the anaerobic digester. The digestate is also a fertilizer. So it's both, it's not or. And then the way the sentence was worded, I didn't think it made sense to say and what it said. So I added this language to try to make the sentence work.
I would second as written.
Who was that?
Crowder.
All right, Michael Crowder seconds.
Well, I'm
to
sorry. This is Ryan Smith, and maybe this is a little ignorance, but I mean, would it be smart though, and not trying to wordsmith, but put and or, because I guess we're making a blanket statement that every single anaerobic digester out there is to energy and fertilizer. If you did are we saying that then that all that fertilizer is then being reapplied? I guess I'm just a little concerned that we're making a blanket statement there with just putting and in there.
All right, so I think we have to hold, I mean, that's
okay, that's
we have
fine.
to we have to just sort of move to discussion, and that can be your discussion point. So we had it.
Gotcha.
We had Tom's motion to do what was in red, and Michael Crowder seconded it. So as we go to discussion, thank you, Ryan, for your discussion point. Tom, do you want to respond to Ryan's point?
Well, the whole purpose of an anaerobic digester is to generate energy, and then there's material that comes out. I'm not aware of other uses besides fertilizer for the digestate, but there may be others. I'm not going to say that fertilizer. I didn't want it to say that. I mean, you wouldn't have an anaerobic digester to create fertilizer. And when it said energy or, it's one or the other. And I think it should say and.
Any other discussion on this motion? Sarah, is your hand up for something else or to discuss?
I'll just take it down till we're able to have general discussion.
Okay. All right, Dave Graybill.
Yeah, and to Tom's point, what comes out of that digester has to hold the nutrients. So whether we want to, if it gets used for something other than land applied fertilizer, that's probably a moot point. The residue that comes out of the digester is going to have the nutrients in it yet, the NP and K, just to name a few.
Okay, any other discussion points? Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote on this amendment to, it was striking or and inserting and then putting in a period and starting the next sentence, making the next phrase into a sentence, adding in addition, anaerobic digestion should blah, blah, blah. All those in favor of accepting this amendment, please check your box with green. All those opposed, put an X. And whoever's on the phone, can you give me a voice vote? Michael, who'd you say? You said Jennifer was on by phone?
It's Jennifer James, and she's in and out. So she'll just vote when she can.
Okay. All right, so we have 26 in favor of accepting this language, none opposed. All right, so this motion for an amendment passes. All right, is there anything else for this first paragraph? And we've got 9 minutes till we break for lunch. Okay, let's go down to the next paragraph, Venus. Oh, Ryan Smith, you think your point was missed, but not a big deal. Are you okay?
It's all right. I wish we had a little bit more time to discuss, but we can move on. I mean, at the end of the day, I understand, but yeah, we can move on. I'm okay with it.
Okay, so thank you. Venus, can you just scroll down a little bit? All right, so for that second paragraph, are there any comments? Any discussion, I mean? I should say any motions or amendments? I see no hands up. Let's go to the next paragraph.
I have suggested language changes, Beth,
For this next paragraph.
that begins in the US.
Right, okay.
So with-
Venus, wait, hang on a second. Yeah, can you scroll down a little bit, Venus? Okay. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Great, thanks so much. So the sentence reads, in the US, anaerobic digestion has been largely utilized for large-scale livestock operations. My suggestion is to add and to that sentence, and does not work for the vast majority of dairy and livestock operations because they do not produce enough manure or have the capital to invest in digester technology. And this is important to
hold on one sec.
And
we need to capture, can you put that language in the chat so Venus can snag it?
I will do that. Yes. There you go, Venus. And I just wanted to speak briefly to that proposed addition. NSAC, the National Sustainable Agriculture Coalition, our farmer members are smaller mid-scale producers for whom digester technology is not accessible. We have other concerns about digesters, but they're just also concerns about that for most producers, it is not an accessible technology. I think we heard in Colorado from the dairyman there who had a $30 million digester. That's quite high. We've seen, but most digesters do cost many millions. Yeah. And I've heard from the chief NRCS, NRCS is not really in a position to fund digesters either, just given the expense of them. So I think it's important that we acknowledge that. And this directly relates to the recommendations below.
Yeah. Beth, a point of order for discussion. You need a second, so I will second so Jeannie can discuss.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So do we have any discussion? Matt?
So I disagree a little bit. I think putting it in that way makes it a real negative, and I don't believe it is. I think that smaller farms are slowly accepting the technology when it's appropriate, especially if there's a food waste problem within the area. It can be a regional problem, and digesters work very well for taking care of a very large problem with organic matter that is going into landfills now. And the size of the farms has come down considerably in some areas. I know in Connecticut, there's 2 digesters that are under 300 cows. So that's getting down to levels that are a lot less. There's also new things that you can do with the digestate at the end of the day. I mean, I'm a prime example of that with what we're doing. but other people are doing other things and making them cost effective. So I'm not sure that that is a good statement.
Graciela.
Yes, I think that it has to be context, put in the context of the following paragraph. The reason why in the US anaerobic digestion, one of the reasons I'm saying, one of the reasons why anaerobic digestion has been largely utilized for large-scale livestock operations is because the technologies that can be permitted based on actual guidelines doesn't permit the use of other, let's say, schemes of anaerobic digester that have been used in other parts of the world. So in other words, if you want to develop a digester, you have to comply with a whole bunch of specifications that are there in the guidance. And it's like a barrier for developing of acceptable technologies that utilize anaerobic digestion, but not necessarily have the, I would say, the format of what the guidance asks for. So the farmers in some farms, like the following sentence say, there is interest in innovation to adapt that technology for smaller farms. So if I agree with Matt, if we put the sentence, it's like a definite, we cannot go into adapting the technology because it doesn't work. We're putting forward something that is based on not using the most recent science and technology.
Thank you. Michael, you had your hand up and then took it down. Now you put it back up. So go ahead.
It's a proxy raised hand for Jennifer James because she can't on the phone. So if you could call on Jennifer.
Jennifer. Jennifer James.
Am I muted?
We hear you.
Can you hear? I just wanted to clarify that the NRCS chief did say that they did fund the digesters, and it wasn't for any other reason that they didn't fund anymore, but due to the USDA payment limits. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because it sounded like they weren't doing them because of the technology, and that was not my understanding.
And thanks, Jennifer. And Jennifer, going forward, so if you can always use Michael as a proxy to raise your hand, but also just speak up. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I just can't be on.
No, that's okay. Understood.
Yeah, and I wanted to just clarify my point. I was not making a point about the technology. I was making a point about the expense.
Okay. Dave Graybill.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Jeannie, but I'm a little concerned with putting that at the beginning of this paragraph. Or is it a paragraph by itself? That's what I'm trying to understand. Is that to be a paragraph by itself?
I was thinking the same thing, Dave. So let me just go back to Michael. Michael, in the original version, this is there were those two bullets with data inside. Was the language before those two bullets and the language right after, was that all meant to be one paragraph, or was it two separate paragraphs?
At the point where you took out this, it needs to go down and be part of the next paragraph.
Right. Okay.
Just point of information, because I'm in the document, that was all together. And so I separated it out when we said, no, we don't want those two sentences struck. We need that first sentence, the first sentence to stay. and then the second sentence and the subsequent two bullets to be struck. So that's why this looks like this, but I kept this for the original sentence for people to understand, like, these two went together, but once we struck the subsequent, so I left that intact, and then I moved that, I copied and pasted this together. So this is kind of what we're working with right now. It can attach to the thing below it, but we just hadn't gotten that far. So I just wanted to clarify what the thought process behind, so we can clearly see which section, what original sentence was there, the proposed amendment, and then what will happen from a flow perspective.
Well, and then if Michael is telling us that these were originally all part of one paragraph, then that there shouldn't be a space anyway now.
Well, what I'm saying was, when you struck the bullets, that first sentence needs to go down and be part of the next paragraph.
So it needs to read like this.
Yeah, delete that space. There you go.
Okay, let me move this whole thing down so people can see it together.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could comment about that, Beth, what I see in that paragraph, what Jeannie has added seems a little redundant for what else is down in that paragraph.
Jeannie, do you have a response to that? Like a brief response?
Sure. If we just look at this, the sentence after the highlighted yellow, it says there is growing interest in innovations to allow the technology to be adapted for smaller farms and greater variety of feedstocks in a cost-effective way. And then at the next paragraph down talks about this New York study, which I'd love to see a citation for that. I think, Dave, that yes, this paragraph is acknowledging that there are size constraints. I think what's not adequate, though, about that is it's suggesting that there are innovations to address that. We've only seen the cost of digesters go up and up and up and up. And so innovation has not addressed the barrier. One of the primary barriers for most producers is that these are multi-million-dollar systems that are inaccessible. And the other barrier being that you have to have a really, sizable manure lagoon or pit in order to justify having a digester. So I don't think the language below, while it does speak to scale issues, addresses quite the same issue that I'm raising here, which is only a relatively small percentage of operations can justify doing a digester.
Okay, so I'm going to call on Barry and then Michael. I'm hoping that after that I can call for a vote on this, because I think unless there's someone who has not yet spoken who wants to speak. So Barry.
Thank you, Beth. And Jeannie, I appreciate, the point that you're getting at with this and running through the sentence. So the point that I see and the point that I think you're trying to get at, I'm not going to put words in your mouth because you know what you're getting at, but the cost of doing digesters for, an average size facility is very exuberant and very costly. Now, but I do not agree with the small operations or vast number of operations do not produce enough manure, because any operation that produces manure would have enough manure to do a digester. There's people doing digesters down in Costa Rica for 5 cows, 3 pigs, and 10 chickens. So I don't think the manure is a true statement, or if it is, it's just we're chasing it too far. But the money to invest in the technology is the point, which I kind of see already in the paragraph. So I don't know if it really needs to be there.
Okay, Michael. Thanks, Barry.
And I'll just leave what Barry said. I would say we, as a group, discussed this a lot and ended up where we were. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, Sarah.
So I think we're about to break for lunch, and I've been kind of holding my tongue because I want to have ample opportunity to talk about each of the amendments, because clearly there's a lot of opinions and thoughts on each one of the each piece of the language in this recommendation. And my observation and my comment are more general, but I think it's relevant to what we're talking about, because my earlier comment was about how this recommendation focuses on a very particular issue in technology rather than the universe of programs that EPA has available. And what I'm concerned about, and I think becoming more concerned about as the conversation goes on, is that it's that we're getting too focused on the particulars of digesters, and that it's not really. I don't feel comfortable in my role as a committee member in really advancing such detailed language on one particular program or technology. And so I am just saying that, like, if we had a more general frame for this recommendation, you know, something to the effect of that, like, and I think we're bearing this out as we speak, something to the effect of we need the EPA and the FRRCC to spend more time, form a committee, you know, put more of a focus on the digester question. I would feel more comfortable with something like that rather than something that has so much detail and minutia, you know, where we're looking for specific research and where one word can really change the impact of the recommendation. I just feel like we're not giving that level of attention to other technologies and other issues. And I feel like if we were able to reframe some of the recommendation in a more general way, we could bypass some of this conversation, not passing the buck, but still keeping this in the suite of recommendations, but being able to move forward with more of a consensus, understanding that some of these questions need to be worked out at a different level than what we have under our purview. So I'm sorry if that was out of place, but it just weighs more and more on my mind as the conversation continues, that that I personally am a little bit out of my league on this, and don't really feel comfortable as a committee member engaging at this level.
Thanks, Sarah. Venus, is there anything you wanted to add?
Just as a point of reference, and I'm going to just maybe take a step back. So this is not specifically about this recommendation or this or the language associated with it, but I do want just the committee to keep in mind that the charge that you all are working through is looking at ways to mitigate some of the greenhouse gas emissions and really looking at that intersection of climate and agriculture. And so I want us to just make sure that we're keeping that in the back of our mind as we're working through all these different pieces. I don't necessarily disagree with anything that I've heard. However, you know, what is applicable, appropriate, that will actually have a reduction, and what can we do, you know, what can the committee do to substantiate, you know, and make recommendations and guidance for EPA to carry out those tasks. And so I would say that's the first thing. The second thing is just from a technology perspective. I think that the digester is one component. I think that there are also ways from an innovation perspective. I think we've heard that in some of the ad hoc work group meetings. There's community-based digesters. So there are ways that small operations can participate that's less capital intensive. So I want us to just maybe not, you know, lose the forest for the trees in the standpoint of how we're approaching this and how we're looking at this, because the technology may support the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. There could be costs associated with it, but I think there are also some innovative ways of how you apply the technology that other types of operations that are diverse operation via either animal or size or location can participate substantively. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you all to kind of think through those lenses, that it's not just a one size fits all.
Thanks, Venus. All right, Matt, I'm going to call on you, and then I think I'm going to call for a vote. Or Matt and Graciela, sorry, and then I'm calling for a vote.
So the only thing I wanted to add was I think we are getting way down into the weeds, and what the recommendations were all about was to try to boof up AgStar and look at feasibility being one of the things that AgStar could do. And we're not trying to take away from any of the other technologies, but when we talked about digesters, the one place we saw where EPA could be of assistance was to take the AgStar program and bring it back into where it used to be, and it had some merit, it had some value to the farmers. And for some reason, we're going down this path of digesters are only good for the elite, and that's not true. I think what our recommendations show is that we're trying to just take a program that's been diluted to nothing and bring it back up. I think that was the main intent.
Thanks, Matt. Graciela, you're muted.
Also, in our recommendations, we're bringing forward the need to review the guidelines and the guidance. So I go back to this point in which, okay, part of why this specific technology is so expensive is because of the guidelines that doesn't allow for adapting, amending the technologies in a way that they can be useful to give the same protection to the farmers and the environment, because they have to comply with this very, if they want to do anaerobic digestion, very, let's say, old or not up to date technologically guidelines. And when they look at the guidelines for this, which is something that we're recommending, they have to look into all the ways that you can do that type of protection. And that would be a very important thing that will bring all the other stuff that is being mentioned here in terms of managing methane in the farms, small or large, because what we are proposing is that they look up on guidance that include the possible adaptation for these other groups that right now are excluded because of the cost, because of the cost of the process.
Thanks, Graciela. Sarah, is your hand still left up from before?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Jeannie, you have a response to what you've heard?
Yeah, thanks so much. I think this has been a really helpful conversation. I don't think it changes the larger issue, which is that the vast majority of producers' digesters technology is not an accessible one. I'd like to, based on the conversation, propose a suggested change, which is to say, and does not work for the vast majority of dairy and livestock operations, in part because they do not have the capital to invest in digester technology. And Venus, I put language in the chat for you. Thanks.
Is there a second for that self-amendment to her original motion?
Zetti, I'll second.
Okay, thanks. All right. I'd like to call for a vote.
Beth, could we wait till we get the change in there that Venus gets it put in, please?
Yes. And does not work for the vast majority of dairy and livestock operations, in part.
And you have to take out they do not produce enough manure. It should say because they do not have the capital. Sorry. So yeah, it's the
no wait. Yeah, leave. Just get rid of. No, don't delete that.
No.
Wait. Okay. Okay. So seeing this language, all those in favor of this amendment with this changed language that's in red, highlighted in the yellow part, please click on your X, or sorry, all those in favor, click on your green check. All those opposed, click on the red. And Jennifer, if you're on the phone, please verbalize your vote for this amendment to the language.
I kind of lost track of the new amendment, but I would be opposed to the original one.
Okay. So the new amendment says, in the US, anaerobic digestion has largely been utilized for larger scale livestock operations. And then this is what is added, and does not work for the vast majority of dairy and livestock operations, in part because they do not have the capital to invest in digester technology. So are you opposed or in favor of that?
And is that what? Well, I'm sorry. It's just really hard to follow verbally. I don't know what the original language was. I'm sorry. I guess I'll have to abstain.
Okay. You mean the original language, or Jeannie's original motion?
Yeah, Beth, it's okay. Just don't waste time on my vote. Probably if it comes down to one vote, then I'll ask the question. How about that?
Okay. All right. So, hang on one sec. We have 9 ayes for the motion and 13 nays against the motion. So Jeannie's motion does not carry. So we go back to whatever that original loan sentence was, and it just stays on the top of the remaining paragraph. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to break for lunch. It's 12:15 Eastern, so we're going to resume at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Eastern. So Venus or Frank, what's happening? Are we staying? You can like mute and close off your video and stay in the Zoom, or
Yeah, please do stay in the Zoom. Just mute your line and your video.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you all back at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. And just letting folks know we're going to start up in about 2 minutes.
It's time to go pheasant hunting here pretty soon.
What was that? Okay, do we have everybody back from lunch? Venus, are you back on?
I'm here.
All righty. Okay, let me see. So before we as we're resuming what we were doing, so Venus, you might want to pull the document back up on your laptop and share the screen. I just wanted to give Michael Crowder an opportunity to speak, given some of the discussions and you know, the rest of the conversation ahead. Michael?
Yeah, just in the whole big picture of our recommendations, you know, we discussed the anaerobic digesters since the first day we met at a subgroup. So we've kind of gone round and around on where we're going to land, and kind of organically stayed at digesters. There is a lot, and I agree with, I believe it was Sarah or whoever said that earlier. I'm anxious to get on to other water, energy, and climates as well, including alternate manure management and other issues that will probably come up today. So I hear you and understand this is where the group organically landed at their recommendations. And it like Jeannie said, it wasn't unanimous, but it was near unanimous on the discussions. So happy to have any, we have no pride of authorship. So any discussions that you have, we want to get the right product as we go forward.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, so Venus, if you can share your screen. And then before we get going, is Ramon back on? Okay. Okay. So let's see. I think we were right. So were there any other discussions for this paragraph in blue? Any you know, motions for amendments? And again, we're talking about substantive content here, not just wordsmithing. Please raise your hand if you have any discussion on this paragraph in blue. And not seeing any hands up. Venus, can we move down to the next paragraph? Excellent. Any discussion on this paragraph? Please raise your hand. Or if you're Jennifer on the phone, holler. Okay. Oh, Graciela.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that the reference for the study is in the SharePoint. The full study is available if anybody wants to, the New York study that is going to be discussed now. So you have the reference in the SharePoint.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussions on this one? All right. So seeing none, Venus, can we move to the next paragraph? Okay, any proposed amendments for this paragraph in blue? Please raise your hand. Okay. I will move on. Let's move to the next paragraph, Venus. Yeah. Okay. You know what, Venus, just for the purpose of this discussion, do you want to make a page break above alternative manure management program practices? And maybe that way we can see it all in one view. I'm not sure how long the paragraph is. Thank you. Okay. Any proposed amendments for this paragraph? Or any discussion on this paragraph? Okay, seeing none. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, why don't we just highlight everything from the first B through the end of recommendation B1? Well, and the paragraph, no, go above it. From the yellow. Yes, no, just with include B1, yeah. Anything there? Please raise your hand if, okay. Nothing. Let's, Graciela.
I just have a clarification question. This morning, when the summary of the recommendations were presented, my perception is that we have these recommendations, but they were like more developed. Is that true, or it's just my perception?
Are you asking if there's more language on these recommendations?
That because this morning I had I don't know if it was that they were summarized or something, but what I recall of the recommendations, the summary of recommendations this morning was that these recommendations were put forward, but I seem to remember that they were more developed, that there was more language on them. I would like to just to clarify that.
Okay, Michael, do you want to respond?
Graciela, they were copy and pasted as far as I recall.
Because, well, okay, we'll keep going and then I'll ask different questions.
Okay, Emily?
Thanks, Beth. I was going to recommend some additional recommendations that I sort of foreshadowed this morning. And one of them I think fits under B3, and then I have 3 recommendations.
Do any of them fit under B1?
So this is what I was going to say. I don't know where they fit. Like one of them I think fits under B3, and 2 of them I don't know where they fit. So I'm happy to bring them up at the end, but just wanted to flag. I don't know if that's the best way to do it.
Why don't can you put the language of the 3 of them, like with bullets, in the chat so that we can all see the language? And then, because I don't want to get us beyond something and feel like and then we have to jump back. So
Okay,
yeah,
that was my question. And
yeah.
I can't track to everyone, so should I send them to Venus or to you?
Send it to, I guess, to me, to,
You
can you
won't
send
have
it to
access.
me and Venus, or what? What are your options?
I can send them to you both one after the other. I'll do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you.
We just don't have access to the.
Yeah, no, I
same-
understand. Yep.
Are you sending this via email?
Huh?
Is she sending it via email? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
I was
I
gonna
think
chat
chat.
it, Venus.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I just want to double check.
I'm gonna chat it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all right, there's one for B3, which we're not at yet. Oh, which actually I can text everyone, right? So hang on a second.
You might be able to copy and paste, Beth.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I
Yep.
wasn't sure the best way to do it. But they're the things I mentioned this morning. I'm happy whatever order we take them in to talk about them a little bit, but
All right, give me 1 sec to just copy and paste the second bunch.
thanks, Beth.
Yeah. Okay. So, so we won't take your first one yet. If you're feeling like that goes for B3. So the next one is, you're making a motion. Are you making a motion to amend? Potentially with these. So it's research opportunities to incentivize digesters to be built such that they can also accept food waste. So they're more of a useful community facilitating. Michael and Matt, can you guys just take a look at these two and think and see where you think they fit best?
Do you want me to talk about briefly what they both are and why, or
hang on, I
you
don't
tell me the right order to go.
What?
I'm mistaken. Can you see the chat? Can Michael see the chat?
Yeah, we can see it. So just my comment for the one for B3 is, and I don't have B3.
I also don't know if it goes in B3. I just have 3 suggestions. I'm happy to have you all think about where they will go in general.
So
Michael.
my just general comment for the first one, Emily, is we haven't explored fully the alternative manure management. We plan to do that in the future, and I know Jeannie wants to explore that more. So in my feeling, it's premature because we will address that going forward. That's my personal thought.
Okay, how about the next 2 bullets?
I would defer to Matt. I don't have issues with them, but I would
and
defer
which
to the committee.
Okay, and Matt, which recommendations would you put these last 2 bullets under?
So I'm not sure where they would go under. What I don't understand is coordinating directly with NRCS is that what we're going to try to do through the Ag Star program? Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't see anything about coordination with NRCS.
Well, I'm reading it from what recommendations are where I
okay, so Matt,
yes,
in the chat, in the Zoom chat.
Oh, I'm in the wrong spot.
In the Zoom chat, I copied and pasted the 3 bullets that Emily was first asking where they would get inserted. And once we know where hold on. Okay, so once we know where they would be inserted, we'll be able to take them as individual motions one at a time, because right now we're focusing on B1, but we need to know if any of these go into B1.
My feeling is it would be in B3.
Okay.
There also could be like a separate B4 that's about making digesters like a community facility. Those 2, that was kind of what I was thinking, but I wanted to put it out to you all. So something I said to Beth that, but I'm fine with whatever. I just didn't want to miss a chance to make suggestions. And would love if we could talk about each of the 3 of them a little. Like I can explain my thought with them, but I didn't want to miss my.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. So, okay, if none of them go into B1, then let's just hold on to that for a moment, Emily. Chris, is your hand up to talk about recommendation B1 or the language in blue above it?
No, it was I was going to address the B3 point. Actually, as a general point, I mean, I know that this was kind of edited between the kind of the end document we got to and here, but a couple of these points are, especially on the food waste side, are consistent with things that we talked through and I thought reached agreement on in the last ad hoc committee meeting. So I think, and to me, they're appropriate in B3. So I think we're in a decent spot here.
Okay, well, so let's just hang on to that, Emily, a sec. Okay, I still want, all right, so we're going to move beyond what's in blue and we're going to go to recommendation B2. And give Venus a second to highlight that. Okay, on the assumption that what Emily provided us is either going in B3 or a separate B4 is proposed to go in those. Is there anyone who has anything, an amendment to propose in B2? Jeannie.
Yeah. Thanks, Beth. Yeah, I propose striking provide technical assistance and conduct feasibility studies for individual farmers considering methane digesters. We discussed on the work group that it's really the role of NRCS to provide technical and financial assistance when it comes to digesters. So I suggest striking that line.
So are you going to make a motion for an amendment?
Yeah, I motion to strike the first bullet, provide technical assistance, etc.
Okay, just a minute. I'm just writing notes in the chat because I think Ramon may not be quite back on yet because he was doing this before.
So I have a point of clarification.
Yeah.
To make sure that I'm clear on how we're approaching this. So B1 stays intact. We have not voted on B1, and now we're working on a potential B2.
No, so there were no motions for an amendment to the language in B1. So now we're saying if there are motions for amendments in section B2, this is part of us just moving section by section. We're not going to vote on the entire report and recommendations until the end. We're not going to.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so Jeannie made a motion to strike the first bullet in recommendation number 2. Is there a second? Okay, so there being no second, the amendment doesn't pass. Okay, let's move to any other discussion on B2. Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that at one point, AgStar did provide a feasibility study for farms. It was not a double dipper where you were trying to get money from NRCS for the same work. So I just wanted to clarify that the reason that recommendation was in there was because at one point, AgStar was doing feasibility studies.
Thanks. Okay, let's move. Oh, Chris Pettit.
And I'm sorry, just one other kind of point here. When I read this holistically, I mean, to me, coming from the state agency kind of context, the third bullet is the most important in this, because if we look at this holistically and we see AgStar as providing this is increasing the staffing, providing this assistance, there's studies related, and what we're doing is, yes, we're noting the digesters, but we're also looking at, I mean, we do list the alternative manure management programs here, and at least for, Washington State, the climate resiliency program, be it sustainable farms and fields or any other things that are going on through the Climate Act that we've got, it allows you to have that communication between the state and the feds, that cooperative federalism on a much broader arena than just the digesters. And I'm wondering whether one is almost redundant of three, or, in the alternative, we could expand one, or frankly, as I read all three together, I think we've got a pretty holistic package here.
When you say 1 and 3, are you talking about recommendations 1 and 3, or those 3 bullets in recommendation 2?
I'm sorry, my universe is recommendation B2 right now. So I'm looking at the top bullet and the bottom bullet in recommendation B2. To be clear.
And you're saying they could be combined, or what?
I'm being an attorney, being non-committal.
Are you proposing an amendment?
No, not proposing an amendment.
I mean, sorry, you're not right, because we voted down the first one. So you're not proposing an amendment. Okay, so anything else on B2? Okay, so now let's go to B3. Just a minute, Jeannie. Is that all of what the next page has more? So can we do another page break? Thank you. And Venus, I really appreciate you doing this. I know it's hard to be printing and typing and coloring and all this stuff in front of people. It's not easy at all. Okay, so before I go to Jeannie, I think we need to entertain Emily's questions here. If you're making a motion for any of those bullets to go into number 3, or if you're going to make a motion for them to go into number 4, a new number 4.
Sorry. I think that what makes the most sense is the one that I said should go in B3, I think goes in B3. I think the others don't really go in B3. And if with due respect to the working group, if they would be willing to consider them as a separate recommendation, I think that makes more sense, because they're less about like innovation and research and more about, I don't know. So my preference would probably be to talk about each of them, but maybe talk about the one that I think might go into B3 separately, but I'm open to whatever. So I don't know.
Okay,
Michael,
so are you making a motion for an amendment to recommendation B3 to add a bullet?
Yes.
Can you state it?
Do you want me to state that? Yes. I move to add a recommendation to B3 to add the number 1 right here that we see on the screen. And I just want to say one kind of precursor to the 3 recommendations. All 3 are things that we sort of mentioned above, but I think aren't incorporated at all into the recommendation. So I hear, Michael's point on maybe doing future work on alternative manure management, but I think it might be worth, because it's mentioned above, and I think the paragraph is really useful, just putting like even something very basic on paper about how this ties in. So these 3 were all ones that to me are sort of mentioned, and I think when I got to the recommendations, I was like, well, what should we do with these things we've mentioned above but haven't tied to some course of action that we think EPA can take? So that was my thought process on suggesting these.
Okay, so Venus, just for the purpose of seeing if we can get a second on this one, can you just move that in as a added bullet to the next, right above where it says Emily's suggested amendment?
And this is Philip. I'll second her motion.
Okay. Okay, so do we have any discussion about this amendment, motion for an amendment? Graciela, is your hand up for discussing this one or for something else? You're muted.
Something else.
Oh, okay. Michael.
Emily, it's not that I oppose this, and if the group wants to do that, this is fine. We just haven't hashed out alternative manure management. It probably shouldn't have been put above it, but in the discussion. But I don't disagree with what you have written here.
Emily, any response to that before I go to others?
I appreciate that, Michael. I actually think what's above is really helpful, and it does, it reads, we're sort of saying above like that digesters are great for some farmers, they're not good for certain, might not be good for certain producers. I think that the section above is a really good starting point, and I think it's worth including. And I was just trying to think of some way that, I certainly feel like if this technology isn't, if there are other alternatives, like we can encourage EPA to be doing the best it can with digesters, but also continuing to provide resources and information. So, I feel the same way, like this is like a little bit of a placeholder maybe for future work, but given that we have this great content above, it gives like something concrete for EPA to take away from it, was my thought process, but I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, and I would say, Emily, either if it's in or out, we're going to explore this deeper. So it really up to the group.
Okay. Jeannie, were you going to comment on this?
Yes, I was. Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay.
I think given that we are including to the administrator the section on alternative manure management, and we make passing reference to it in some of the recommendations, that it's perfectly appropriate to include this recommendation, and sort of, I think, is more holistic in its approach, and can speak to a diversity of strategies. So I fully support the inclusion.
Thanks. Graciela?
Yeah, I was going into that direction also because I don't see in this language the recommendation about reviewing the guidelines, and reviewing the guidelines will also be more broad in terms of the ability of EPA to look into this, because it will include ORD and other parts of the organization. So I go back to my previous comment. In this morning, I think to remember that we had wording about reviewing the guidance. I don't see it in here, and I think that because this suggestion is under the AG start, it's kind of limiting the scope, limiting where where EPA can go to respond to the recommendation. So what I'm saying is that it would be good to make it more holistic, more broad, that EPA can use other resources to deal with the recommendation, and not taking out from the recommendations to promote the AG start, but not exclude EPA's ability to use other of their resources to advance the science of methane reduction and technologies.
Graciela, can I just clarify something? Are you saying you are supportive of this language, but you think that by being in recommendation 3 that's specifically about AgStar, it's too limiting and it should be in 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could make, you could propose an amendment to the amendment Because
So, it could be, I could propose that we add a B4. That's an easy way to solve it. And then like sort of put together the recommendations that could be more broader under that B4 in terms of future work.
okay, is there a second for that motion to amend the amendment?
I'll second.
Can you clarify, Beth? I think I'm in agreement, but I have no idea what the motion is.
So I think the motion is instead of putting it here as part of recommendation 3, which is very specifically about AgStar, Graciela is proposing that this bullet be moved into a recommendation B4, which becomes a higher level, broader than just AgStar, like more across EPA type of recommendation.
Thank you.
And Jeannie seconded that. So any discussion on this amendment to the amendment? Graciela, is your hand still up?
No.
Okay. Are there any hands up? Okay. So I'm going to call for a vote. And maybe Venus, before we take this vote, could you write, like right where your cursor is, can you put in, recommendation B4? And then move the yellow bullet down there.
It's already there, actually, I think, isn't it?
Well, it is, except that way people will know they're seeing it in a section 4 as opposed to just where Venus sort of generically captured it. I just don't want someone to come back and say they were totally more befuddled than they might be.
I just love the idea of, the food waste part of it. I mean, that's the second. I just, if there's an opportunity with new technology to bring other people in, I think that's why I made the second.
Right. So, but we're not. Yeah. Okay.
On the first one.
Right. Okay. So we are now voting on putting this first bullet here in recommendation 4. So all those, Emily, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe this is where you're headed, we just talk about and vote on the 3 recommendations and then figure out a new, what heading they go under afterwards, just to make it less complicated, like.
Sure, we could, yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, like it's more like, are people on board with this, kind of concept being added to the recommendations?
Okay.
Because I think it's a little bit complicated to combine that with like where exactly it goes. I also struggled with where does it go? I just thought these are things we could include.
Yeah. Okay, so then before I call on Dave.
Well, that was exactly what I wanted to say. And because we need a heading on there before we vote on those 3 bullets, I think.
All right, also
in that committee, Michael or Matt or whoever's on that committee that discussed digesters at length would know what to put on there, whether that says alternative biogas, whatever, or resourcing or something like that.
So what I would I guess I'm gonna, as chair, say that I know we did this as amendments to the motion. But given that Emily was uncertain where it went in the first place, I think we are okay moving on to a discussion of the 3 bullets in this section. And I would say that to Dave's point, while we're talking about these 3 bullets, it does make sense for someone, it could be Michael and Matt, it could be someone else, to come up with the verbiage that would go to recommendation B4. So while we are here, does anyone have anything else they want to discuss about the 2nd and 3rd bullet? And I know we'll take a moment so people can fully digest them.
The
I would
third
ask
bullet's
him-
blurred right now. You can't read it. I don't know.
Pardon?
Oh, no, there you go. You couldn't read the third one. There was like something popped up in front of it.
Oh,
I would ask Emily if she has a suggestion on that. The only thing we certainly talked about the 2nd and 3rd bullet, and we've not hashed out the first one. So it's not something that we haven't discussed as a group, and I certainly would vote in favor of them.
Michael,
Okay.
were you asking if I have a suggestion for like a title for
The titles,
new
yeah,
category?
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one thought is just something that's more like, they almost fit under this category of like, how do we make sure there are solutions, you know, that these solutions are available to like a larger group of, like, so they serve a larger group of problems, you know, so how can we make sure that EPA outside of AgStar is also providing resources that like serve a broader set of producers, and that something like to that effect. I tried writing something. Thank you. Beth has taken care of it, but that's what I was getting at. I'm much better when I write than when I speak. So
Venus, can you see what I wrote in the chat?
You know, we've been talking about co-benefits, and that's probably not the right word in this one, but I mean, it's just added benefit.
Beth, can you remind me where we're at on motions of the motion of the motion?
Well, so what we're going to do, once we've got this title here, Emily was basically making a motion earlier, I think, to amend this with these 3 recommendations. So, and we had well, I think Emily might want to restate her amendment to make it cover all 3 of these recommendations, with whatever language people want for recommendation B4, and then we can second it, because it was first working on one bullet that we thought was going to go above, but now is going here with the rest of these. So it's like an arrested motion.
so we're canceling that motion and making a new motion.
You're withdrawing it.
So
I withdraw my motion.
Beth, I think you would want to ask Graciela and Jeannie to do a friendly to withdraw that, and then take Emily and Philip's motion. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
I'm happy to withdraw.
Okay, Graciela, are you okay withdrawing your motion now that these are all down here in B4?
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Emily?
I'm gonna make a motion to amend this document to add a recommendation B4 with the below bullets as written.
I'll second. This is Eddie.
Okay. All right, so now we'll go into any discussion. Anybody have any comments or discussion about what's in yellow in front of us?
So I feel like we are adding items that we never discussed in any of our meetings before, although all these things make sense. So to me, adding these line items in today's meeting doesn't make sense, you know?
Emily?
I like hear that. I think they're all mentioned in the report. They're just not recommendations on them. So I kind of read it and I was like, yes, there's like some good stuff here. And then, so I was more, you know, to my mind, if the working group agreed with the content of the report, it just felt like these were sort of natural, you know, next steps for those issues that were flagged. And then I think the one that's really on my mind a lot, the food waste issue, because that was a focus of this committee in the last 2-year cycle. And that recommendation comes very, you know, ties in very nicely to a specific recommendation we made in that one. So that was like, we mentioned Ag Star briefly in those recommendations as part of like the need for more facilities to process food waste as a feedstock. So again, I hear you. Like, I definitely don't want to jump in and step on the working group's toes. I just was sort of reading through and got to the end and thought like, oh, we raised these issues. Like, if we agree that they're issues, might there be a way to make a low hanging, you know, recommendation around them?
Michael?
I feel as the chair of the group that the group did discuss these. They never made it into the recommendations, but I can't speak for all the group, but I feel like most would be positive on these amendments because we did at some point during our deliberations talk about these. They just didn't make them into the recommendations, and I would support them.
Graciela?
That's exactly what I was gonna say, that all of these conclusive sentences of the needs that we would like that EPA address were discussed, and we did have language that addressed them. It's just that they were never put in a sentence to summarize what we were asking for. So I will support the addition.
Any other discussion points?
Just point of clarification for situational awareness. EPA has funded food waste. They've had funding for food waste into digester, so that's not. There's still some equities within the EPA landscape that ties into this. So just a point of reference for those folks that were not on those ad hoc work calls. That EPA has funded these types of things before. Nothing further.
Thanks. Okay. Any other points of discussion before I call for a vote? I see no hands up. So we are voting on a motion to amend the report, the document, by including recommendation B4 with this title and whoops. I'm gonna just wait till can you go down to B4? Yeah. Whoop. And can you get rid of Emily's suggested amendment? That part. Okay, so we are taking a vote on the motion that was seconded to amend this document by including recommendation B4 with that title and these 3 bullets. All those in favor on your little emoji doohickey thing, mark a green check. All those opposed, please mark a red X. If there's anyone on the phone, please verbalize out loud where you stand. All right, it looks like we've got 24 in favor and 1 opposed. Let me just write that. So the motion, the motion for the amendment passes. Okay, Venus, is there anything else on this document, on this particular report? Or are we at the bottom of it? Okay, so go back up, please. So I'm about to call for a vote to accept this this work group's ad hoc work group's document and set of recommendations. But first I want to know if there's any other discussion points. So Jeannie.
Yeah, I still have some proposed amendments. We didn't go through all of the wording yet.
Well, where are they? Because we've worked down through the language. And I didn't hear you speak up.
Perhaps I misunderstood. We worked through Emily's, but not through mine.
Well, I guess I was asking, I had asked if there were any discussion on recommendation B1, and then there was B2, and your amendment didn't pass there.
Right, and I have recommendations under B3.
Okay, so what is, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so Venus, okay, you've got, thank you. So under B3, where it says explore alternative uses for generated biogas as well as the digestate, I suggest striking that and replacing it with conduct a life cycle analysis of digester biogas and related co-products, including digestate. And then as part of the analysis, include air and water quality issues in addition to GHG emissions profile of digester gas and its products. So
Can
Venus,
you put that in the chat?
Yeah, just put that in the chat for Venus.
And then can you also send the same thing to me?
Sure.
Can you also repeat that? Because you're talking fast. I know
it's in the chat. It's in the chat, Venus.
But did you or did you not say you wanted to do a strike through on something? I want to make sure that I'm clear.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Yeah, so strike explore alternative uses, that line, and replace with conduct a life cycle analysis of digester biogas and related co-products, including digestate. Second sentence, as part of the analysis, include air and water quality issues in addition to GHG emissions profile of digester gas and its products.
And Jeannie, will you send that to me as well? So I can include it in this motion I share with everybody.
Yeah, it's right there, Beth.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm happy to speak to why, but I realize we need a motion first.
Yeah, hold on one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you can see it between what Venus has done and also I put it in the chat. Do we have oh, wait a sec. We're seeing double for a minute. Hang on. Do I have a second for Jeannie's motion to amend this first? Should that be 2 bullets, Jeannie, or is that just a second sentence for the first bullet?
It's just a second sentence for the first bullet. That as part of the analysis that.
Oh, I see what you, I was misunderstanding how Venus did it. Okay, there. So, right. So is there a second to Jeannie's motion to strike the first bullet that where Venus wrote remove, and replace it with a second bullet in yellow where she wrote add? Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay.
And I can speak a little bit
Thank
to
you.
this. Thanks. So with digester biogas and with digestate, I think it's important to, as we're talking about this as a climate solution, there's more research out there to suggest that there are increased emissions with some of this. So for example, the University of Wisconsin-Madison and USDA conducted a study on digestate and found that digestate has significantly higher nitrous oxide emissions profile relative to raw manure. And that's newer research. It's not, I don't think it's been adequately considered as sort of part of the full emissions profile of digesters and their climate impacts. Similarly, as we spoke about earlier, there are sort of ongoing concerns around air and water quality issues associated with these projects. So my suggestion is, since we're charged with addressing climate change and ag issues, that that EPA do a better job of understanding the full impacts of digester biogas related products, et cetera.
Thank you. Matt.
So I appreciate that, and I think it's important to understand all of the issues associated with digesters, but I'm not sure why you want to remove exploring the alternative uses.
Jeannie?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I guess I think it's more about we should have the analysis first before we start promoting alternative uses. We should understand what the climate impacts are of digester gas and digestate, because if we're actually increasing nitrous oxide emissions when we're spreading that digestate, that's problematic. And so before we start using it in alternative ways, we should first better understand the science around the climate impacts of the gas and the digestate.
Michael?
I guess I would speak in, I don't want to remove the bullet, and the group discussed this very briefly, the life cycle analysis, and it didn't make it into the recommendations. And I feel strongly that we should not remove the bullet, and I think those are two separate issues. So I would make a motion to separate those two.
Okay, hold on a second. You make a motion to amend the amendment such that the first bullet isn't struck and is therefore kept. Okay, is there a second?
That, Beth, Tom McDonald, a second.
Okay, thanks. All right, any discussion on that? Emily, is your hand up now to have a discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
I was gonna actually make the same suggestion, the same like friendly amendment to keep the first bullet, and yeah, sorry, I didn't lower my hand quickly enough.
Okay, any other discussion on this amendment of the amendment? Okay, so if not, then we're going to take a vote first on keeping on this amendment to the amendment, in which case we're voting to keep that first bullet. And then we will to keep the first bullet and have the second bullet. So all those.
Well, my motion,
no, wait, right.
My
Do we have to
motion has
vote
nothing
first?
to do with the second
Right,
bullet.
you're right.
It
Okay,
has-
so thank you. I was going to just clarify that. So we're going to take a motion on keeping the first bullet. So all those in favor, check green. All those opposed, check X red. Okay, oh, we're still going. All right, so the motion to amend the amendment carries, and the first bullet remains. 24 yes and 1 opposed. Okay, so then now we can discuss, is there any discussion of that second bullet? Okay, seeing no hands up for discussion for that second bullet. Oh, Matt, go ahead.
I just have a question on how that's gonna, it's a recommendation that is going to be, I mean, that's a pretty expensive to do a life cycle analysis. Are we going to try to, how's that gonna be put into practice?
I can speak to that. Matt, the recommendation is that EPA conduct or have others conduct a life cycle analysis.
But it's going to be something that's going to be on anything that they would support, or how? I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics. Because
I guess maybe to clarify, Matt, I'm not suggesting that this happened with every digester project that would be extraordinarily expensive. No, what I'm suggesting here is that we need a better review of the greenhouse gas emissions profile of digester gas and its co-products, in addition to air and water quality impacts.
Okay.
Of digester projects at large. So it's not a project, I'm not suggesting, and we can clarify this, I'm not suggesting a project by project analysis. I would agree with you that would be onerous. More that there's a lot more research available now than when AgStar first got started on digesters. And so we should use that analysis to inform our methane emissions reduction strategy vis-a-vis digesters.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense to me. And I agree with you that if there's a problem, we should certainly not bury our head in the sand.
Thank you.
All right, Chris.
Oh, I was just, no, I mean, I was going to express some support for this bullet simply because, I mean, all of these things are asking EPA to dedicate some additional resources through AgStar. It seems to fit squarely in the research realm. You know, it seems appropriate as long as we're keeping the initial bullet, would be my 2 cents.
Thank you. Bill? Bill Prock, you're on mute.
Apologize for that. But if we add this bullet, you're basically saying, you're telling as a recommendation, if you're going to build a digester, you need to have life cycle analysis. And so you can't put this in there and say that, and then on the side and say, well, it's not meant for every digester. So we kind of talked about this in our last couple of meetings. EPA won't do a life cycle analysis on an individual, and should not do it on an individual project. That'll have to be done by a third party. It'll also have to be verified by a third party. And getting back to Matt's point, it adds more expense. And so if we're going to try to encourage digesters, and we've already talked much about how the expense is a big part of it, we're just adding extra expense. And so, you know, and so if they use it on their own, if they use the gas in their own operation, turn right around and use it, if it's a small digester, I don't know why a life cycle analysis would be needed. And so I would be in favor of not adopting this bullet.
Just a point of clarification, Bill and Jeannie, tell me if this is what indeed I understood you to be saying. I understood that Jeannie was not suggesting this is done on every single digester, but more like writ large, get some better information on LCA LCAs of digester, biogas, and related co-products, but not saying that every individual who installs one needs to do an LCA.
Well,
Is that correct? Is that correct, Jeannie?
Correct.
Well, that's
so-
what will happen if you adopt this bullet.
Well, so I suppose Jeannie could make a friendly amendment to her motion to this language, and it could have some clarifying language. But Graciela, go ahead.
I think that the issue is where the bullet is placed. I think that this bullet also corresponds in B4, because if the reason why we're all thinking that is to be applied to the digester process is because it's in the digester bullet. I think this is yet advancing science and technology, and probably obtaining information to change guidelines. I think it probably will fit better in the other bullet.
Emily?
Yeah.
Oh, your hand is up.
Oh, I thought, was Graciela still talking? Or no?
I think she just finished.
Oh, sorry, my thing really might have frozen for a second. I was going to say two things. One, I think, I don't know if where we left off on like amending the language a little bit, but maybe just after the word A, like conduct a general life cycle analysis or something like that, that makes it more clear that we're talking about from a more general perspective. One thought on this, it does seem consistent with, you know, some of the other content we have above and the new recommendations in terms of saying, we recognize these might not be right for every producer. And so having more of a sense of like the life cycle analysis may help make some of those determinations around like, when is this the right solution and when might it not be? So I support it because I think it really is consistent with a lot of the other elements that we're already recommending and fits nicely with them. So just wanted to make that point. And then I don't know if that's still a friendly amendment to add the word general or some other language to make it clear that this wouldn't be for like every project, but just having a little more general. I mean, one question is, would you need to do like a life cycle assessment of a couple different scales of digesters? I don't know enough about them to know, but it does seem to go along with some of the other things we've said above and added.
I believe that Jeannie could modify it. Dave?
Yeah, I'm struggling to say yes to this one. And I haven't heard anything that makes me want to yet because of what the unintended consequences will be because of what Bill was saying. That's the type of thing that whenever you start adding a lot more information that has to be gathered, people decide that it has to be gathered. And if a project needs to, this could unfortunately really affect your community solar, because whenever you get into food waste and things like that, that give different amounts of biogas coming off of them than say dairy manure or hog manure, those are unknowns. To Jeannie's point, those unknowns would be great to know. It would be great to know what's actually coming off of that type of digester. I just don't know if this recommendation is sitting at the right spot. That's kind of where that's what I'm trying to deal with in my mind.
Matt. Oh, Jeannie, go ahead. Yes, you can respond.
So I put some alternative language in the chat to you, Venus. I would be fine. I think I'd be fine moving this to B4 if that would address some unintended consequences, concerns that people may have. The language that I put in the chat to Venus adds at the programmatic level and not the individual project level, comma, conduct a life cycle analysis, blah, 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 and the rest remains the same, just to clarify that I'm not suggesting that every project go through this process. That's not the intent here. It's really more the intent is to get up to speed with the latest research. And because B3 says utilize and promote AgStar as an incubator and resource for technological innovation, pilot project implementation, and research, that it was the research part why I suggested this originally in B3. I'm happy to move it to B4 if that's a more comfortable place to put it. I'm also happy to add the language at the beginning there to make clear that this is a programmatic scale analysis, not intended to weigh down individual projects. Thanks.
Dave, is your hand still up then, or? No, okay. Okay, so we're now looking at the friendly amendment.
So just,
Go ahead, Matt.
In addition, AgStar, the whole premise of AgStar was at this point is informational. And I think that fits in with AgStar's current charge to keep as much information about the biogas and the digestate and have it as a clearinghouse, right? One spot. So I agree. I think it just has to go in the proper place so that it doesn't. I agree with everything that was said. And I think AgStar is the perfect place to collect this information and put it in some place. I just don't know where.
Just point of clarification from the EPA landscape. AgStar does not necessarily conduct research like that. So just, I would say, kind of in the mindset of what I think maybe what potentially what you all may want to consider is really looking back at this heading and to find out, is that really the right space? Because that research component, that's not an ORD thing. Like, that's not Office of Research and Development. So I don't know if there needs to be either you want to potentially amend that language or just think through what the purpose of AgStar is, what types of what do they carry out? They do have partnerships, so that might be something that you could partner with another federal agency, or you could conduct something, a joint research project or something. But I just want you all to think through. You have a lot here, and even if you look at B2, there's a reference to NRCS, and if you look at the B4, obviously so I think you will have enough so that you can get to a consensus, but I would say I'm going to charge you all to really think through the purpose of AgStar and actually the types of activities that they carry out.
So I wasn't trying to say that AgStar should be a research component to it. I was just saying that they carry the information. So that's what I did not mean that they should be doing research.
No, my statement was actually not about, I hear you. It was really about this language here, the actual heading and where the research falls in at, because I think I keep hearing references to this heading and research. So I just want you all to think through, is that capturing everything that you're trying to get based off of the recommendation, based off of the discussion, and based off of what you all want to present to the agency?
Can I just follow up on that then?
Yeah.
Venus, do you mind scrolling down to B4? I'm forgetting what the heading was. Solutions available. Maybe given that comment, and I think that's really helpful background, it would make more sense to move the friendly amendment version of the language that I suggested to B4. So we're not mixing apples and oranges here. Vis-a-vis AgStar, and then scrolling back up to B3, as you might want to consider taking out and research at the end of that subheading that says utilize and promote AgStar, and it says and research at the end, given Venus's point. But to my larger point, I think at the programmatic level and at the individual project level, conduct a life cycle analysis, blah, 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 that language could be moved to B4 to avoid confusion with the sort of role and scope of AgStar.
Barry, before I go to you. Hang on a
Sure.
second.
Oh,
Um,
I wanted to comment on Jeannie's stuff.
I know I'm not taking away your opportunity to. I just want to have this procedurally done the right way.
Okay.
So I'm asking for a little help here. If she's made a friendly amendment, then we don't need a second to it because the language was already seconded for the amendment was already, the motion was already seconded.
Beth, those are really separate issues and should be addressed separately.
Wait, which are?
What was just, I don't have my chat up right now, but there was something called and research.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with the research, the and research part, I agree with doing separately. I'm just saying for moving the yellow stuff down to number 4. I mean, she had an amendment to accept.
I feel you're good to
just move it.
To move it down with the friendly.
Yeah. Okay. So Venus, can we move? Yes, the friendly amendment. I think we're getting rid of that one and moving the yellow one down to number 4. Okay, so, and then before we go back up to number 3 to talk about that and research language, that's going to be a whole separate thing. Barry, you wanted to talk about this language?
No, I'll wait till we go because I was going to mention something about the end research. So I want to speak to that.
Okay. Okay. So are there any more comments about any more discussion points about this bullet here in yellow? Okay. So we're going to take a vote. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to add this language to recommendation B4 on your thing, you know, vote yes with a green check and no with a red X. And if anyone's on the phone, just verbalize your vote. Okay. Looks like we have 18 support adding the language and 3 are opposed. So it passes. And the language is added to recommendation number 4. Then Jean, let's go back to recommendation 3. Jeannie, were you proposing an amendment with that phrase and research?
I don't feel strongly about it. I'm happy to withdraw that. I was just trying to address the concerns that others had raised that perhaps we were going too far with AgStar. So I'm happy to withdraw that amendment and leave it to others to decide if that language needs to be changed.
Okay, Barry?
Yeah, maybe I could put this to rest. If you really read the sentence, it's utilizing and promoting AgStar as an incubator and a resource. So things that they've done and information that they have for innovation, implementation, and research. It's not a phrase that's phrased to them to do research. So I just wanted to know or to get that out there that or clarify it's stating that they're an incubator, not that anyone's going to do any research physically, is how I read it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion points on recommendations? Graciela?
It just, I think that then we have to make that consistent with the way we phrase some of the bullet points, because, okay, if you say explore alternatives, you are saying that they are going to do that research.
Barry?
I wouldn't say that exploring alternative uses is doing research, because it doesn't say research. I would say that explore means simply explore. You could explore things that are already there. I mean, that's my take on. I wasn't part of this committee to start with, but by going over this stuff, that's how I perceive it. That's how I read it. That looking at information that's already out there, basically not doing any additional research to figure any additional things out, but looking at what has been done, things that have been done, research that has been done in the past, using those tools to explore alternative uses that may have not been looked at before. That's how I perceive it. I think the research in there, that sentence is fine because of the way that it's used in context.
Graciela, are you making a proposed amendment, a motion for an amendment or not?
I think that the maybe clarify. Well, the thing is how, like Barry say, how people are gonna read it. So if I read that title, you know, I understand what Barry said. I understand it the way Barry described it. But then when I go down to the bullets, I question like how, you know, how exploring alternatives, alternative uses for generated biomass doesn't constitute doing research. I read it like if then AgStar will have to do research on that, but it's just semantic. So so if everybody are okay with that, I'm fine, but I think that the semantics might be confusing.
So the way this works, Graciela, is if you want to propose a change because you think it's conveying the wrong meaning, I need you to make a motion for an amendment. And if you get a second and it goes further, we'll see if there's support for it. That's sort of the avenue for making changes.
I don't feel, yeah, I don't feel strongly about it. So let's just let it go.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have now discussed, I think, all the language here. We've worked our way through everything, and I'm going to, I don't see any hands up. So I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor.
Hold on. I have one more amendment that I would like to propose.
Okay.
We're taking this bit by bit. So.
All right. So wait, okay, to which part then?
This is B3.
I gotcha. Okay.
I know we want to get this done.
No, I thought you were done.
No.
So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So
and if you're changing, oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay. The last bullet in B3 says incorporate continued monitoring and data collection, and it sort of continues on. I am proposing an additional sentence to bullet 4, which is study the impacts of low carbon fuels programs and other incentives on dairy and livestock operation management, including potential incentives to expand manure lagoons to access credit markets. So the issue is that California, as we well know, has a national program to incentivize the production of digester gas. There's been lots of debate about whether or not that program incentivizes the production of manure in order to capture what was once quite lucrative credits. It's not right now, probably will be again after California amends the program, but other states are also looking at this, and it has national implications, as there's also discussion about a national low carbon fuel standard program. So my suggestion is to add a bullet there, again, a part of back in the day when AgStar was started, there really wasn't a conversation about expanding digester gas as a transportation fuel. Now there's quite a conversation about that, not only for biomethane, but also for the production of liquid hydrogen. And given the volatility of the milk market, we've seen a strong incentive to get into the low carbon fuel standard program, and concerns about whether or not the program is incentivizing expansion of manure in order to garner greater credits. So my suggestion is to add the language there, which is to study the impacts of those programs to better understand what the risks may be vis-a-vis greenhouse gas emissions overall.
Okay, so I put that language in the chat to everyone. Venus, do you want to pull it from there?
I also included in the chat to you, Venus, I think.
Oh, okay. And I will wait for a second to ask if there's a second until we have that language up there. But it would not be its own bullet, right? It's just a continued sentence for the, is that another sentence for the bullet before?
Yeah, I think it's, I was suggesting that be a part of the bullet above that begins incorporate.
Okay. Do I have a second for this motion to add this language in yellow to that fourth bullet? Okay, having no second, the motion for the amendment doesn't pass. Jeannie, do you have any other discussion points? I don't want to cut you off this time.
Appreciate that, Beth. No, I do not.
Okay. Does anyone else have any discussion points for recommendation B3? And we went through B4. So, okay. I'm going to move us to a vote. All those in favor of accepting the motion of approving the motion to accept this report and set of recommendations from this work group as amended, use your thing and vote green for yes and a red X for no. Okay, and if anyone's on the phone, please articulate yours verbally. It's funny, the number don't you guys, the numbers are changing, and I don't know if people don't remove your vote yet.
I think some of them may be leftover votes from the last amendment.
That come and go. All right, well, so we have 22 in favor and 3 opposed. Therefore, the motion passes. And we're accepting the report and recommendations to pass along. Yay.
Beth, can I just thank the full committee and this ad hoc work group? That was several months worth of work there. Thank you very much for the work on that.
Yes, I'd echo that. Okay, so now we're moving into the final report and set of recommendations. So Chantel and Phil, is there a motion you'd like to make about this report?
This is Philip. I move we approve the recommendation as written and as everybody can see.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Second.
Chantel seconds. Okay. Any discussion? Dave Graybell.
Are we going to get down through this one line by line, or are we going to just discussion and then vote on to approve?
Okay. Yeah, hold on. Well,
it's not very long. It's only
right. It's not very long. I mean, I guess, do you have just one place, Dave, or are there a couple of things? And that will help us think about how we go about it.
Yeah, no, my discussion is this. If you go to second page where you reference the EO 13985, which is executive order. And I don't have a problem with that, but what I wanted to point out to you, as soon as you put something that has that particular quote, I'm going to say bill number, because that's what it becomes. It's a government number that's specific to this administration. And when I look back, I discovered that this particular one says it's actually rescinding 13950. And as a group, I didn't want to approve something that says that we as a group are siding with one administration or another, or one political party or another. So I looked at it and it was like, if that were removed and all of the other things actually line up with your 13985, which is what we want to say anyway. So, and especially if you let the in parentheses populations through civic life there, and just remove the reference to the executive order, it could become more palatable to another administration that would look at our recommendations.
All right. So what I'm inclined to do, since you haven't yet made a motion, and I'm not asking you to make an motion for amendment yet, I was trying to get a feel for how to go through this. Venus, can you get us just to the first page? Because I need to sort of know the breadth of what we're going to end up having to discuss here, Dave, and we will get back to that. I promise you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Can we see introduction, the two first sections all at once, or we probably can't? It's not big enough. All right. Is there, okay. Oh, great. So the two paragraphs that are in front of us, is there anyone who has any things they'd like to discuss about either anything in those two paragraphs? Chris? Chris, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble getting off mute here. Well, my first answer was no, because I was in the same paragraph that we were just in, but I will note this. The one word that stands out to me, and it may be the legal background, that it's a very strong word, and I'm wondering whether there's a synonym that might be apt. When you're using a word like plagued, that's got really strong connotations, and I understand what we're, kind of what we're getting at. You agree with, the intent. I'm just wondering, as a recommendation document, whether there would be I guess a better word there. And I'm not committed to it. It was just something that kind of jumped out at me that was, it's more, I think, emotional than we probably need it to be to highlight the same point that we're trying to make. But that was just something that actually just popped into my head.
So do you have language to propose?
I mean, you can use, it has suffered from, has, we talk about the history of injustices that nobody's arguing with. So I just, maybe just a little less emotive. I mean, has endured, there's just other ways I think you can make the point without using that word. That being said, if that's the word that we choose to use, that's fine too. It's not like I would vote against this because that's the word we use.
Okay. Hey, Frank, can you give Ramon co-host privileges again so he can access the chat?
Sure.
Thanks. While we're thinking about language there, I just want to give Chantel an opportunity if she wanted to just respond to that. And I know we haven't had a formal motion made yet, but I'm just curious.
I mean, it is an emotive word, and I think given the pervasiveness that plagued is not too strong of a word. I don't know. I think that's pretty much a thing about it. I'm not going to argue it either way. I think that's that can become a very opinionated topic on that wording. So either way.
All right. So Chris, if you want to make a change, I'm going to need you to make a motion for an amendment.
I kind of typed that out because
I just, all right, I'll make a motion just for discussion purposes. I'll make a motion to change the language, that the United States, I think we could say the United States has endured a documented history of injustices. And that's, again, I think that reflects the same sentiment. It puts it back in a kind of a historical, factual type of a stance. It was just, to me, plagued is just a very laden term that I think we can just get the same point across, without utilizing that type of a language. But again, I'm not wedded to this, but I'll make the motion for discussion purposes.
All right, Chris is making a motion to amend the language in paragraph 2 to read, the United States has endured a documented history of injustices that have been experienced by many, etc. Is there anyone who seconds it?
I would second that, Beth. Michael.
Michael seconds.
Crowder.
Michael Crowder seconds. Okay, and Ramon, I'm going to stop taking notes now. So you're on. Yep, thank you. Okay, we're hearing someone's stuff going on in the background there. Not sure where that is. Okay, so is there any discussion?
And I'm like Chris, I don't know the best word, but that's a way to phrase it.
Yeah, this is Philip. I agree. I have no problem with that. I would support that change.
Matt?
So I actually leave it the way it was because I personally feel that it was a plague, and I think the stronger language is actually warranted. That's just my personal opinion.
Eddie?
Yes, I like it the way it is as well. There would be others that would argue that there is still a plague. So just wanted to emphasize that.
Ryan?
Eddie took the words out of my mouth. I
Okay.
felt like we could actually remove history, but let's not do that. I agree. I think we have been plagued and are continuing to be plagued by injustices. But I would, vote to keep language as is.
Jeannie?
Yeah, I support keeping the language as is. I respect the work of the work group, and plague is not too strong a word. Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone who wants to add something different to that? In addition, beyond just echoing? Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote. The motion we have on the table is for an amendment for this to say the United States has endured a documented history of injustices instead of is plagued with a history of injustices. All those in favor of accepting or approving the amendment, please vote green and yes. And all those opposed, please vote red with an X, saying you're opposed. Has everyone voted on this one? Okay, so we have a tie, 11-11. And I guess it goes to me to break the tie. And I'm going, Chris.
Hey, Beth, can I make this easy on you?
What?
Given the respect for the work that the committee did, ad hoc committee did, and given the obvious split, we had the discussion, and what I will do is respectfully withdraw the motion with the understanding that we had that discussion and we understand the latent kind of conversation that goes into this, and the fact that we are trying to identify and address an issue and give the EPA good advice and good pragmatic thought. So yeah, I'll go ahead and withdraw it.
Okay. Chris is withdrawing the motion.
Beth, you can't
Yeah.
withdraw a motion when you're in a
when you're in a vote.
When you're in a vote like that. If Chris
Okay.
voted, he can
That's-
change his vote and it would
that's right.
fail, but you can't
Thank you.
now withdraw it.
Okay, so Chris, are you going to change your vote?
I'll go ahead and formally change my vote then to effectively achieve the same thing.
All right, so then the motion fails with 12 opposed to it and 10 in favor. Okay, so any other discussion for these first two paragraphs? Okay, so Venus, once you've colored it, can we move down? Yeah, you can. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is, before we talk about the language in the recommendation C1 language that's bolded, we're going to go into the proposed preamble. Does anyone have any points of discussion? Chris, is your hand still up or something new?
I had a point of discussion, and it's simply, I know it's wordsmithing, but the first sentence of the second paragraph to me reads a little strange in that it's a preamble language from the FRRCC. I'm not sure this advisory committee can commit a federal agency.
Well, wait a sec. Hang on. You're jumping the gun for me just a smidgen. Does anyone have any discussion on the first paragraph of the proposed preamble?
Nope. I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, that's okay. I'm taking it in small bites for this last bit. Okay, so I see no hands up except Chris's, which is still up, but that's for the next paragraph. Okay, so Venus, can you move us to the next paragraph of the preamble, please? Okay, so for what's highlighted in blue, we had Dave's comment before. Chris, go ahead. Yeah, and
I
discussion.
just didn't know whether it was, are we identifying that EPA has committed and we are recognizing it as an advisory committee? Or are we making a recommendation in the preamble that the FRRCC, is recommending or is working with, or whatever the phraseology would be, with EPA to, commit to this? Because we're either making a recommendation as part of the preamble, or we're recognizing the work that's already done. I don't think legally as a committee we can commit EPA to do something. And that's the way that it currently, at least in my mind, reads. So the question to me is whether, is what we're trying to do.
This is based on the activities that the EPA is already committed to. So the creation of the TIC tax, the Environmental Justice Committee, et cetera. These are activities that are all taking these activities as a part of their mission. So
well, I guess and I can make a motion. I mean, my recommendation, and then I'll make a motion based on it, would be an amendment that essentially, I mean, we can strike at that point with that in mind. And we could go to something like recognizing that EPA has committed to continue, and then go from there. I think it's a tense issue for me. I'm not the with that in mind, comma, EPA commits is just a little confusing in my mind.
All right, so we have a motion on the table for an amendment to modify the language, the first bit of language in that paragraph in blue, to say, Ramon, did you get down what he said? Recognizing that
I'll
EPA...
I'll make the former motion. Move an amendment to change the language to recognizing EPA's commitment, and then moving on to the sentence. I just think that cleans it up a little bit.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Tom McDonald.
Tom? Okay, any discussion on that? Eddie, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Yeah, I just, a couple of things jumped out at me when the topic of discussion was happening. When we were in the last meeting, it was recommended that we conduct a preamble because there was a desire to go through each and every paragraph of the already voted on inclusions. So that's why this took place. The other thing is that we also discussed there that we felt the need to write these things out because it's not automatically assumed, even though we do know that they understand they have these documented listings. We just felt the need to say it or have it written out. That's all. That's what I remember. I may be wrong.
So you were giving sort of more of an explanation for why the group did this, and in essence why the wording is as it is.
Right, because we were getting late into the night. We were already kind of going back. Some folks were upset because we voted on it, and then so yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay, Sarah.
I was just going to say that I understand Chris's point on the language, and like what he's proposed. My only comment is that it leaves it as kind of a sentence fragment. So I don't know how deep in the weeds we want to wordsmith, but I think that the general sentiment of we recognize EPA's commitment to, continuing to improve access, et cetera, but we might need to do a little bit of something on the back end of the sentence. Either way, I'm good with it. I understand the issue with, committing the EPA, and also recognizing that they're already doing some of these programs.
Anybody else have any discussion points?
With that in mind, can I amend my amendment? I'm sorry, I know I'm getting us in process weeds here, but yeah, the drafting wasn't right.
A friendly amendment to your amendment?
To my amendment, yeah. Well, I would just say, we can change it to the FRRCC recognizes EPA's commitment, which then I believe removes the sentence fragment and my grammatical error of the first amendment. Apologies.
So are you saying, Chris, that it should read, with that in mind, the FRRCC recognizes EPA's commitment?
With that in mind is something that, I wanted to, that's legal mind. I'm sorry. I just want to strike it. I would just start with the FRRCC recognizes EPA's commitment. If Mr. McDonald is all right with that as the second.
Yes, I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Michael?
I was just going to say, do you know why lawyers get high fees? Because they keep changing their mind and get billable hours.
Thanks a lot.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, so we are going to take a vote on the motion for this amendment to change the language to this paragraph to say, instead of saying with that in mind, blah, 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 to say the the FRRCC recognizes that EPA is committed to continue to improve access, et cetera. So all those in favor of this amendment, vote yes.
Madam Chair, does the blue stay? It's just highlighted and we're just removing with that in mind.
We're removing with that in mind that's in blue, and we're adding the FRCC recognizes that. And I think it's a slight change in tense to, hang on. Yeah, so it did say, with that in mind, EPA commits to continue to improve access, et cetera. And now it will say the FRCC recognizes that EPA is committed to continue to improve access, et cetera. So all those in favor of this amendment, vote green for yes. And all those opposed, please vote with a red X for no. And if there's anyone on the phone, please articulate your vote verbally. All right, it's still changing. Looks like we've got 25 for passing this and no one opposed. All right, so the motion passes. And Dave Graybell, were you making a motion about, was there, coming back to your comment?
Yeah, I don't see it as a big deal either way. However, you as we have to think about whether or not we mention this bill number, this executive order number, because just as in the 2 years before with our FRRCC work group, we started with one administrator and finished up with another one. Now this work group is going to probably not finish up with a second administrator. However, if you want someone to look back at what we do, with a little bit more eyes on what we recommend, it would be well if we would delete the reference to the executive order.
So just in the interest of sort of getting the pulse on the group, is there anyone who's got any reactions one way or the other they want to share?
I agree with that. It can instantly outdate it at times, but I don't have a strong opinion.
Eddie?
Yeah, no, I hear you, because it's an executive order from whatever president is or their team or cabinet is initiating. But I feel like if we agree with whatever the order says, regardless of whoever political party is extending this executive order, I think that's the most important thing. And it's unfortunate that we have to worry about whoever the secretary is to make this, to make this interpretation. I feel as if we are strongly about whatever the executive order is, apolitically. I think we shouldn't have to change, but I understand why it's meant.
Emily?
I think part of using this was also just, it makes it simpler than coming up with our own definition. And I think, part of this ties back to the charge, like this has been kind of included in the charge that we have for our committee. So I think the idea here was like, there's a definition out there, EPA is using it. And I think if we were to take that out and write a new one on our own, it would probably be much more contentious. So that's my thought. But I appreciate the point and, being thoughtful about like what happens at the end of this administration.
Can I just insert and ask a clarifying question to Dave? Were you saying that you felt like this EO was sort of trying to one up or change a previous EO about advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities?
Well, when you read both of the EOs, one from the Trump administration and this one starts out specifically saying that it is opposed to the one in the Trump administration. I mean, that's how it starts out when it's written, if you go back and read that. So that knowing that, I was like, why would we want to actually mention the EO number here? If you let the definitions as written in that paragraph remain there, and the reason I'm not making a motion here to change it is because I think the work group to put this together would be best able to give us the correct definition without the executive order number. Understanding that we still agree with what that executive order number says, because EPA has to adhere to that. That's part of when that executive order went out, it was an executive order to all of the governmental agencies that they had to comply with that executive order. So EPA has to comply with the executive order. That's the way that works. And for us to mention it here, it becomes redundant in our recommendations.
Okay, I mean, even acknowledging that EOs get referenced way past their time quite often, still by the same number. Okay, Michael, go ahead.
I would just give you a reference when I was in charge of the NACD policy book, is that there would be a resolution from a state that says NACD supports the 2018 CRP and the 2018 Farm Bill. Well, that limits you to the 2018 Farm Bill. So I really like the beginning of this sentence, and I hope everybody on this agrees with that intent. But I'm just looking at this from when you're using policy and I'm on the Hill and you got to follow that policy, that can limit you if you put that on there. And that's all I was going to say. I would take it out, but I don't want to change the intent of what the work group did here.
Okay, so I'm going to just give Chantel or Eddie, actually, because I think, or Phil, an opportunity to respond.
I'll start by saying that underserved and racial equity is one of those terms that is debated based upon who's discussing it. So that was one of the reasons that we used the EO, because that kind of gave us a framework for explaining the populations that we were hoping that this information would reach. I'm concerned that without a concrete definition, so to speak, that some groups may be left out.
Okay. Eddie, do you want to add anything?
No, she explained it well.
Yep. Okay, so is there any more discussion on this? Tom. You're on mute, Tom.
I'm sorry. Chantel's right. The whole reason that this was inserted was to have definition to the terms. And the definitions are in the parentheses. I mean, one thing that we could do, I remember we referenced the executive order, and at first it was just the title, and then we put the number. But I guess I just want to ask the question, is the EO number and title important if we leave the definition of population sharing a particular characteristic, as well as geographic communities that have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects of economic, social, and civic life? I mean, that would be a way to I think address everything altogether. I mean, is there I'll make a motion to that but you may want to test the water first and see if people feel strongly about leaving the number and title in, then let's do.
Chantel and Eddie.
I see both sides. I'll let Eddie provide his perspective on this.
Yeah, no, I do hear what Tom's saying. I'm just looking at how it would read from there, like what it would say for underserved and disadvantaged populations, rural communities, and advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. That you're just taking out the EO, right?
Yeah, that was what I was proposing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we could just take out the number, or we could take out advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, and just leave what's in quotations basically, or in parentheses. That is the definition that's in the EO, if I remember right.
I'll just close with saying I hear all that. I think I'm fine with leaving it, but I know we can go forward.
Okay.
Okay. Emily.
Did Tom make a motion?
I did not.
No, he did not.
Okay.
Emily.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we're very close to all being on a page of like the language is good. It is a little weird to me to quote something specifically but not say where it comes from. I don't know if it matters that much, but like I don't know. I feel a little weird like taking language that like is the phrase actually comes from somewhere and not acknowledging that. I wonder. But I like, it's not my hill to die on. If everyone agrees that we like the language, it represents, it's reflective of, what we want to say, and we don't want to mention the EO, I would be okay just flagging that it's a quote from something. I'm wondering if there's some other way to address the issue, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of another way to do it. Like, I think maybe what we're saying is we like this quote and we like the concept and we don't want it to be limited by this administration and be defined in a different way in future. And I don't know if there's any other way to say, like, you know, like just say that basically at the end, those, committed to improve access for underserved and disadvantaged populations, rural communities, and those defined, in this administration and future ones, or something like that. That's like, we don't want the gist of what we're recommending to be limited, to be term limited, if that's really where we are.
So I just have a point of clarification, just to make mention specifically that whatever the definition of this within the EO, regardless of the administration, is not going to change it. Even if they rescinded it, the fast forward 2 years, 5 years, whatever. If it was rescinded or if it was replaced by something, there's still a definition that's here that's going to still stand, even if it's only applicable in this space. So I'm not taking a position one way or another. I just want to just frame out for the committee to understand that this is not saying that it should be carried out because of that. It's referencing that as how are you defining the underserved communities or disadvantaged populations. So now that it's there and it's published and it's been there, if there's a shift in administration, it does not necessarily change the definition that's referenced in this particular EO, because you can still go back and pull lots of EOs. I think somebody mentioned earlier from lots of administrations that still have whatever language they have in, and it's not going to be struck and then go away. If that makes sense. It has some longevity and some staying power, regardless of who actually created it, signed it, and then what current administration it is.
Thanks, Venus. Barry?
So Venus, what I'm hearing from what you said, the executive order 13985, that'll stick with the executive order if it's amended by future administration. So that number is always there. Okay, perfect.
So once those EOs are defined and once those EOs come out, because there's lots of EOs, there have been a lot of EOs, there will continue to be a lot of EOs. But once that has been published, that EO and the language associated with it is still there. So anybody can reference this in 5 years or 10 years and go back and pull whatever that particular EO said and what the definition was associated with that EO or anything subsequent.
I think that helps clarify. I mean, it's good language. It should be universal. It's, I wouldn't like to keep it the same. And there's no motion anyway, so.
Right. Okay, so Barry, is your hand still up or now you're ready to?
Sorry, Beth.
Okay, so any other discussion on this paragraph, or we will move to the next part? Venus, can we move from the sentence that starts as today and please include that next paragraph that begins organizations? I don't know if it's actually a new paragraph or if it's the same paragraph, but yeah, all of that. Does anyone have any discussion around this paragraph or any proposed amendments? Okay, if not, let's go to the last paragraph, please. And are there is there any discussion on the last paragraph? Okay, seeing no discussion there. Venus, if you can just go to the top of this, the language that's right before proposed preamble. Yeah, that part. Does anyone have any discussion on this recommendation here? Tom? Oh, Tom, did you want to add something?
Not here. It wasn't a substantive issue. I just wanted to point out a typo in the paragraph we just left.
Oh, well, let's get that typo. Where is that?
It's in the paragraph organizations.
Uh-huh.
the sentence right below, more often able to obtain grants, not able to obtain grants. So just insert.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good catch. Okay, so going up to that recommendation, does anyone have any discussion on that language? Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote on the motion to accept this report and its recommendations as amended, so that this will be adopted and used with anything that's sent to the administrator from this group, this committee. All those in favor, please vote with a green check. All those opposed, please vote with a red X. Okay, that motion as amended passes by 24 to nothing. Excellent. So, well, that was pretty cool. So we have adopted all 3 of our committee reports with amendments, and they will be pulled together and well, they are together already and sent to the administrator. So I think, right, I think we are done with that document and can go back to the slide deck. Whoever has that, is that Frank? Okay, Venus? Whenever you're ready, it's in your hands. Venus, are you on mute?
All right, sorry, you all. I was trying to make sure I saved all of the changes. I didn't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And then we missed our stuff. So thank you so much. First of all, thank you all for all of your work, your due diligence, your patience as we work through this. I think it's been a really successful meeting. So just definitely appreciate everybody's support and service. So I just want to really briefly kind of go over some next steps and some updates. So obviously now the amended language has passed. There will be a formal report drafted, and this will go to the administrator. Before it goes out, we'll send it to everybody, because again, we're going to go through just for grammatical things and make sure that everything is consistent, et cetera, so forth, but nothing substantive in the standpoint of the language has been approved. And so just wanted to let people know that that's what will occur. There will be a letter that accompanies that goes to the administrator. So again, thank you all for your help and your support. As far as our, I would say kind of next steps, our next full FRRCC meeting, we are anticipating having it sometime in either January or February. So stay tuned for that. Again, the work groups will continue to work on their respective areas, charge topics, et cetera, so forth, as mentioned this morning through like the overview and the updates. I also want to make mention that we made an announcement last month about the establishment or the intent to establish a subcommittee under the FRRCC. And so I think most people saw that and we had kind of a really brief conversation about it, but I at least wanted to just, broadly mention just, to reiterate, it's going to be the animal agriculture and water quality. It's going to be a subcommittee under the FRRCC. We anticipate a solicitation for nominations for members to go out in about a month, give or take. And so stay tuned, that will be posted on the Federal Register. And so it will, the nomination period will be open for approximately 45 days. So stay tuned for that. And then we're anticipating having the first subcommittee meeting in the springtime. So we've got quite a few things that will happen. I will also make mention, just because of the potential lapse in appropriations, that if there is a lapse in appropriations, and that the EPA will not be operational, which means that at least our Federal Advisory Committee will not be operational. So we will stay tuned to see what occurs, but whatever, we will not be meeting during that time, during any type of lapse in appropriation or any impending shutdown. But when things get back up and running, so that could potentially impact the announcement of, or the solicitation for the subcommittee. So we'll just, stay tuned. But you can always check our website and we'll be able to find information. And obviously, if that happens and then there's a reopening, then we'll pick up where we left off. And if you have questions, you can reach us at FRRCC.EPA.gov, and we're happy to answer those as long as we're here. So I don't think that I have any other statements. I don't know, Rod, did you want to maybe potentially provide any update or perspective?
You said what I was going to say about just we're monitoring the federal appropriations situation very closely. During our lunch break today, I was on a senior leadership meeting where we were getting some just updated guidance, but everything that Venus says is correct, but still hopeful that Congress will pass a bill. So stay tuned on that. I just want to thank everyone for the enormous amount of work, not just today, but over the last several months, to be able to produce these recommendations. Incredibly valuable. I'm excited for these to get into a form that we can get over to the administrator, as well as the program offices that are touched by this, the AIR office, the AgStar program, and others that I think are going to really benefit from it. So just thanks to all of you for your work over the last number of months. And I know there's a lot more to come. So thank you.
Excellent. Well, so I'm going to add on the thanks, add on to the thanks that Venus and Rod just articulated. I think this was a really good meeting, and I know it can be sort of challenging to be sitting through all the motions for amendments and all the discussion, and that not everybody always sees a word hitting and meaning a certain thing in the same way that others do, regardless what the context is. So I really, really appreciate you guys all being here today and sharing the greater part of your day, spending it on this effort. I think it's really good and it will be valuable. And thanks again also for all your work leading up to this and for the work that we'll continue to do. And like Venus said, we'll be in touch as we as we get around to sort of trying to decide when the next meeting is and where, et cetera. So on that note, it is 3:11 Eastern. So we're 50 minutes ahead of time. And I think I'm going to just propose that we adjourn, and that we all congratulate ourselves for ending 50 minutes early.
I will say one thing. Can you all hear me? Okay, so I will just make a statement. If anybody has any comments or wants to submit anything to the committee, you have until October the 2nd to do so. And please send an email to FRRCC@EPA.gov. The materials will also be posted there. So we did not post them ahead of time because there were a lot of movement, but we'll go ahead and get that information posted as everything gets finalized and it gets announced ready to go form. So stay tuned for that. And if you need to reach us, you can reach us at FRRCC.EPA.gov. And again, thank you all for your time. Special thanks to the committee and the leadership, the chair and the vice chair. Really appreciate your leadership through all of this. So again, thank you all so very much.
And yeah, Frank, can we, just to reiterate, can we make sure we get the text?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
Second.
Thank you.
Can I propose to amend the language of our adjournment? I'm just kidding.
Okay, but Frank, we'll have the transcript of the chat, right?
Right, just the chat that went to everybody. So anybody has individual chats, only they have that. So, but another co-host or host sent an individual chat, only they would have it.
That's okay, because I think everything that we said where something, either we gave language, or we shared the votes, or we said who made a motion and seconded it, we captured, that was sent to the whole group, to everyone. So that should be captured.
That's what I'll have.
Yep. Okay, excellent. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful evening and rest of the afternoon. And thank you very, very much. This was great.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.